Chapter 25-20. The secluded valley was surrounded by a dense forest. It was quiet, overgrown with weeds, and there was no path. At this time, muffled groans could be heard coming from the secluded valley. There was a sense of pain in the groans, but the people were trying their best not to scream. Xiao-Qi was dressed in a white robe. The blood on her body was like a few plum blossoms on the white snow, which was particularly eye-catching. Her jade-like face was pale and weak, but her eyes were still cold as she calmly looked at the 6 elders. Not far away, there were 4 middle-aged men lying on the ground with their hands on their chests. They groaned from time to time to prevent themselves from screaming, but judging from their pale faces and unfocused eyes, it was obvious that they were on the verge of collapse. Xiao-Qi struggled to stand, but she was already at the end of her rope. The secret skill that burned her life force was about to be completed. Killing 4 masters was considered a win, but she was unwilling to die just like that. Because of Chu Li, she would not be able to see him again. She missed Chu Li in her heart, but she knew that she would not be able to see him in the end. Chu Li wanted to take the most difficult path of ascension, and it was impossible for him to ascend in a short period of time. When he ascended, he would find out that she had already passed away. She did not know what he would think. Thinking of this, she made up her mind. The Taishang Divine Sword suddenly condensed 6 sword energies into one. She did not seek to injure everyone, but only to kill one. Killing one was one, so that she could reduce the pressure on the Taishang Peak in the future. TSS. The sword energy collided with the Elder's protective energy barrier, making an ear-piercing whistle. Then, the Elder's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Xiao-Qi in disbelief. He watched as Xiao-Qi was hit by the 6 palms. Bang! The 6 palms hit her almost at the same time, but the palm energy could not advance any further than 2 inches away. Xiao-Qi's protective energy barrier was still there, so it repelled the 6 palms, but only the palm energy penetrated through. She immediately flew into the air and flew diagonally like a rag doll before landing heavily on a tree. Her entire body was limp, as if her bones had been removed. She no longer had the strength to resist and hung motionlessly on the tree, already unconscious. The next moment, Chu Li appeared by her side. Although he wanted to hug her tightly, he did not dare to act rashly. The life and death scripture stimulated spiritual energy to enter her body. At the same time, he activated the auspicious divine power to expel the palm energy from her body. The palm energy of the Lakshmi divine power was very strange. It was extremely soft and extremely yin, but it also contained spiritual energy and had a faint trace of intelligence. Once an outsider's inner energy touched them, they would immediately retaliate. However, when Chu Li's Lakshmi divine power came in, he did not receive any resistance or rejection and was easily drawn out of his body. The moment Chu Li touched Xiao-Qi's body, he knew her condition very well. She had a solemn look on her face, and her lifespan had been burned to the end. It was almost certain that she would die. What was worse was that her body was also a soul lotus. He took out a bottle of crimson blood powder and fed it to her. Then, in a flash, he appeared behind a middle-aged man. With his left arm around Xiao-Qi, he patted the man's back with his right hand and activated the ageless longevity technique. As Chu Li's right palm devoured the middle-aged man, he felt himself getting weaker. The sword energy that was initially suppressed could no longer be suppressed and exploded in his body. Bang! A muffled sound like thunder was heard. Then, his body went limp and blood flowed out of his orifices. Chu Li shook his head. He knew that this man was definitely going to die. However, he was hit by Xiao-Qi's regal divine sword. The power of Xiao-Qi's regal divine sword was amazing, especially after it entered one's body. The 6 elders rushed over, but they could not stop his ghost-like body movement technique. After a while, 4 middle-aged men were killed one by one. He disappeared without a trace with Xiao-Qi. The 6 elders wanted to chase after him, but they did not know where to start. Xiao-Qi's body did not have the aura of their Lakshmi divine power, so they could not sense her. As for the soul-tracking secret skill, they had already used it today, so they would have to wait until tomorrow to use it again. Moreover, the price of the soul-tracking secret skill was too high, so the two elders might not use it so frequently. However, when they looked at the four dead middle-aged men, they gritted their teeth and decided to kill Shao-Chi no matter what. If she was allowed to grow, they did not know how terrifying she would become. She would become auspicious sex nightmare. Chu appeared in a rotary tower with Shao-Chi in his arms. He had already built the 9-cauldron heaven-suppressing formation and set up a formation outside the formation to reverse the universe so that the soul-tracking secret skill could not track them. As for whether it would be effective, he could not be sure because he had not experienced it himself, so it was hard to say how powerful it would be. He began to condense the mother seed, and soon he condensed one seed after another. Unfortunately, the few strange techniques in his mind could not be inherited by the mother seed. There was an invisible force that resisted the formation of the mother seed, so he could only put it aside. The comprehension of the sword of oblivion could be condensed into a mother seed. So could the ageless longevity technique. There was also the spirit cultivation technique, which was condensed into a mother seed and passed to Shao-Chi. There was also his vast cultivation base and the lifespan that he extracted from the four middle-aged men. After 15 minutes, Shao-Chi slowly regained consciousness. After Chu Li condensed his cultivation level into the mother seed, his body became empty and he was almost a useless person. Therefore, he began to circulate the life and death scripture. This time, his body did not change much. He did not age rapidly, but only aged a little. In the end, he did not die. He estimated that if he really wanted his body to die, it would be difficult to do so without continuously circulating the life and death scripture for more than 10 days. However, he could not wait that long, so he reversed the flow before he died. There were still many mysteries of the soul lotus that he did not understand. Through the life and death scripture, he knew that the lifespan of the soul lotus was extremely long, far longer than 10,000 years. Therefore, the activation of the life and death scripture had little effect on it, and the healing effect was not good. He had once again returned to when he was young, and his cultivation level had recovered. His soul and body were more closely connected. He had an urge to use the soul separating grass now to see if it would still be useful at this time. Shao-Chi slowly opened her eyes and realized that she was in Chu Li's arms. She gently touched his shoulder and chest to make sure that she was not dreaming. However, she remembered that she was fighting with someone earlier, so it was impossible for her to have a dream. Chu Li hugged her tightly and said softly, "Madam, it's me. It's not a dream." Shao-Chi looked up at him in surprise. Chu Li gently stroked her silky hair and sighed. "I obtained a Sky Patrol token, so my soul can come up. Then, I found the soul lotus and came to find you. At least I'm not too late." When he thought that if he was one step late, he would never see Shao-Chi again, he felt a lingering fear. He could only thank God that both of them were lucky enough. Shao-Chi suddenly realized that her cultivation level had skyrocketed several times, and there were martial arts that she had never cultivated before in her mind. This was the mystery of the soul lotus. Her cultivation level had skyrocketed so many times in an instant, but she did not feel like she was going to explode. She did not even feel like she had lost control. She could still use it as if she had cultivated hard. Chu Li told her what happened, and Shao-Chi was finally completely relieved. They lingered in the tower for 2 days. Chu Li's cultivation level had fully recovered, and he was ready to join forces with Shao-Chi to kill and make a name for himself. He wanted to teach the auspicious sect a harsh lesson and give the Taishang Peak disciples a chance to breathe. Now, there were still the remaining Taishang Peak disciples struggling. They had not been completely destroyed, and there was hope for them to rise again. Shao-Chi was greatly indebted to the Taishang Peak, so she did not want to give up. In the early morning, when the two were about to leave the wheel tower, Chu Li suddenly had a strong feeling. Then, his expression changed slightly, and he looked at Shao-Chi helplessly. Shao-Chi had a tacit understanding with him, so when she saw his strange expression, she quickly looked over. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "I'm going back." "What happened?" Shao-Chi asked. If he did not use the soul-separating grass, his soul would not be able to leave his body. Chapter 25-21. Xiao Qi's expression changed, and she quickly asked, "Are you going back?" Chu Li pondered and sank into his body to feel the throbbing of his soul. After a while, he shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm going back. It seems like the soul lotus can't trap my soul." Net. He initially thought that his soul could not be extracted because the soul lotus trapped it. Without the soul-separating grass, he could not go back. Needless to say, this was a form of imprisonment for him because he had not made proper arrangements for the next realm. However, after spending 2 days with Xiao Qi, he occasionally had the thought of staying here. Although Xiao Qi had received his cultivation base and martial arts comprehension, he still could not be at ease. The soul lotus seemed to be a prison for the soul, but it was also a way to resist the imperial plaque. He could avoid ascension and come here directly. In the soul lotus, the imperial plaque could not take him away. However, he did not expect the imperial plaque's power to be beyond his imagination. It could even subdue the soul lotus. Although it was much longer than the time he could stay here, it could still send his soul back to the outland. Xiao Qi frowned at him and nodded. "It's good to go back. I'm fine here." Chu Li said, "You should hide for a while. Don't fight them head-on." "Okay." Xiao Qi nodded. Chu Li smiled. "I'll come back after a while. When that time comes, I'll join forces with you and teach the auspicious sect a big lesson. They won't dare to be so arrogant." "Okay." Xiao Qi nodded. "Go now." Chu Li held her hand tightly and slowly let go. He sat in the center of the tower and smiled at her. When he closed his eyes, his soul instantly left his body and disappeared without a trace. This made Xiao Qi feel lost. She sat down and looked at Chu Li's body. She decided not to go out and would stay here to guard his body. She would only come out when he returned. She could use this time to digest the martial arts comprehension in her mind. These comprehensions were the result of Chu Li's painstaking efforts. They contained flashes of his wisdom and were extremely beneficial to her. Moreover, the spirit cultivation technique was very helpful to her because the regal sword scripture originally relied on spiritual power. Just as she was about to calm down and cultivate, she suddenly felt a surge of fear. She focused and sensed it for a while. Then, she stood up and took a deep look at Chu Li's body before she disappeared. When Chu Li opened his eyes, he felt as if he had been away from this world for a very long time. It was as if he had been away from this world for a very long time. It was the same feeling he had when he returned to the lower realm from the outland. Sun Mingyue was staring at him with her bright eyes. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Sun Mingyue said, "Do you still remember me?" Chu Li burst into laughter. "How long has it been?" "For months," Sun Mingyue said. "I thought you would never wake up again." Chu Li asked, "Nothing serious, right? What's the big deal?" Sun Mingyue tilted her head and looked at him. "Have you found Xiao Qi?" Chu Li said, "I've just found it, but it's a pity that I came back so soon. Fortunately, I found it." "Is it dangerous up there?" Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li nodded slowly with a look of relief. He stretched his body. The omniscient mirror had already observed the entire great light surpassing state. It was quiet and peaceful, and the disciples were all focused on cultivating. The place was brimming with vitality and prosperity. Sun Mingyue got down from the low couch opposite him and sat in front of him. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. She smiled and asked, "How dangerous is it up there?" Chu Li did not hide anything. There was nothing to hide anyway, so he told her what happened. Sun Mingyue nodded emotionally. "You're really lucky." She could imagine how dangerous Xiao Qi's situation was. She was really lucky to be able to escape from the battle that destroyed her sect. More importantly, Chu Li arrived at the crucial moment to save her. On the other hand, Chu Li's experience was equally thrilling. He had almost been turned into a puppet by the diversion spell. Although he had always been extraordinarily intelligent, and no one could compare to him, he had indeed almost suffered a huge setback this time. It was also due to luck that he had learned the diversion spell in advance and knew how to condense the seed. Otherwise, he would not have survived. When she thought of Chu Li being turned into a puppet and losing his freedom, She was filled with anger and murderous intent. She wanted to go up and kill Gu Sitong again. Chuli nodded emotionally. He was really grateful for God's favor. Although he had always been lucky, he was exceptionally lucky this time. He was only a hair's breadth away from death. No matter how strong he was, he still felt powerless. "Is there anything major here?" Chuli asked. Sun Mingyue said, "If there's nothing major, there's something quite shocking." An elder of Taihao Peak went berserk and destroyed 2 sects, the city of 10,000 swords and the Bloodblade sect. Chuli smiled. The city of 10,000 swords was destroyed? Yes. Sun Mingyue sighed emotionally as she shook her head. Everyone has underestimated the terror of the Taihao Peak. A nameless elder actually possesses such power after suffering from chi deviation. The city of 10,000 swords and the Bloodblade sect basically could not fight back at all. After destroying the 2 sects, he was still captured by the Taihao Peak. Chuli asked, "How did Taihao Peak punish this elder?" His cultivation level was crippled, and he was imprisoned in the peak forever. Sun Mingyue smiled faintly. Chuli frowned. The punishment was too light, so it was hard for anyone to accept it. This elder went berserk when he went berserk. He was in a state of losing control. Even if the law was strict, people would be lenient for what they did when they were in a state of madness. However, he destroyed 2 sects, not just 1 or 2 people. "Is no one dissatisfied?" Chuli asked. Sun Mingyue scoffed. The city of 10,000 swords and the Bloodblade sect were destroyed. No one stood up for them. "So, this matter is over?" Chuli raised his eyebrows. His 3 women were from Taihao Peak, so they were close to Taihao Peak. Of course, they would defend Taihao Peak in front of outsiders and would not say much. However, they would discuss it in front of Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue said, "The city of 10,000 swords and the Bloodblade sect are both righteous and evil. They act for their own benefit and are selfish by nature. That's why they don't have many friends. I won't speak up for them." Chuli nodded lightly and smiled as if he was deep in thought. Sun Mingyue said, "In my opinion, this is a warning from the peak leader to the other sections. This method, I'm impressed." Chuli clapped and smiled. Great minds think alike. Then, there must be something else happening recently. That's why the peak leader used such a ruthless method. Another arcane realm has appeared in the heavenly demonic realm. Sun Mingyue said, "So many people are eager to enter the heavenly demonic realm and seize the arcane realm." Chuli could not help but laugh. "How dare they?" Sun Mingyue said, "Some people think that the heavenly demonic realm isn't as powerful as imagined. Now that there's chaos everywhere, it's at its weakest. Everyone is busy seizing the arcane realm and won't join forces to fight back. They can also seize the arcane realm. Once they get the arcane realm, they'll skyrocket and have a chance to surpass Taihao Peak." Chuli shook his head and sighed. "Can this kind of crazy talk move people's hearts? It's very popular." Sun Mingyue scoffed. "The Azura realm is very quiet now. The number of Azuras in the foreign battlefields suddenly decreased. They all think that it's because the Azura realm is weak, so they can focus all their forces on the heavenly demonic realm. This is a rare opportunity." Chuli sighed. "The arcane realm isn't something that others can covet." "Which arcane realm is there?" "The heaven-devouring sect," Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li's expression changed. The heaven-devouring sect, leaving the arcane realm, was a big problem. He quickly asked, "How long has it been?" "About 2 months," Sun Mingyue said. Chuli took a deep breath and calmed down. Sun Mingyue said, "It's too late for you to go back now. I heard all this from Lu Yuro." Chapter 25-22. Chuli smiled. "Are you in contact with Yuro?" "Why not?" Sun Mingyue said. "She's living a carefree life over there. Her words are the law, and no one can disobey her." Chuli said, "It's the same for you too." Sun Mingyue shook her head. "There are so many sects above me. The 9 divisions all want to destroy Radiant's surpassing territory." Chuli replied, "It's not that serious." Sun Mingyue frowned and said, "Before I became the Realm Master, I never thought that there would be such a huge grudge between Great Light territory and the 9 divisions." Chuli was surprised. He had never heard of it before. Sun Mingwe shook her head and sighed. The great light, surpassing region, used to be glorious. It suppressed the 9 divisions so much that they couldn't even lift their heads. Later on, it gradually declined. Chuli looked at her curiously. Sun Mingwe said, "It seems like 100,000 years ago, the great light-surpassing realm had once unified the beyond heaven's realm. It was only later on that the great light-surpassing realm fell into chaos that gave the 9 divisions a chance." Chuli said, "How powerful!" Sun Mingwe rolled her eyes at him and snorted. "What's the use of being powerful in the past? It will only provoke fear. On the surface, the 9 divisions have nothing to do with great light surpassing region. You cross your log bridge, and I walk my own path. They don't interfere with each other, but in fact they have always been guarding against great light surpassing region." Chuli replied, "This is inevitable. Do you think great light surpassing domain still has a chance to regain its former glory?" Sun Mingwe frowned and shook her head with a sigh. "Difficult. You want to face the challenge head on?" Chuli asked. He knew Sun Mingwe the best, so he knew what she was thinking. Previously, Sun Mingwe did not understand the glorious past of light surpassing domain, so she did not think too much about it. Furthermore, she was from Great Sky Peak. She could not let light surpassing domain and Great Sky Peak compete for first place. Moreover, despite being so powerful, the Great Dawn Peak was still unable to dominate the beyond heaven's realm. Therefore, she did not have much ambition. However, now that he knew the past of the great light surpassing region, he had an inexplicable sense of ambition. Sun Mingwe sighed. "What do you think?" "Forget it." Chuli shook his head. "Why bother?" Sun Mingwe said, "It's too boring if I don't do this." After the days had calmed down, there was not much to do in the great light surpassing region. She had nothing to do other than cultivate. Chuli said, "You should know how many people will die." "Everyone will die," Sun Mingwe said. She did not attach much importance to life and death, and she was not afraid of death. Moreover, she had been a cult master for a long time, so she was not stingy with human lives. Life and death were up to fate. Riches and honor were up to the heavens. Only when she was alive would she not come to this world in vain. Chuli said, "Hold on." Okay, I'm just saying," Sun Mingwe said. Chuli glared at her and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. You won't be able to face Taihao Peak alone. Besides, you're not a king, but a king. As long as you've reached the great light surpassing state, even if you don't compete with others, you'll still be the only one." "That's true." Sun Mingwe nodded. "All right, go to the heavenly demon realm. Don't worry yourself. Remember, you're not a real heavenly demon." Chuli waved his hand and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared outside the city of divine kings, beside a forest. Lu Yurong suddenly appeared in front of him. Her clothes were as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. Her face was flawless. She was looking at him with a smile. "You're finally here. You can really keep your composure." Chuli said, "Is the situation very serious?" "Not very good." Lu Yurong shook her head and sighed. "I heard that they've already left the 3rd arcane realm." Chuli raised his eyebrows. "It's the demonic sword sect," Lu Yurong said. Chuli frowned. Lu Yurong said, "The heavenly wind sect and the heaven-devouring sect are enemies. You could do it, but what about the demonic sword sect?" Chuli shook his head and sighed. "I really can't do it." He had a good relationship with Morong Cho. Although they did not interact much, they were already sworn brothers. He really could not deal with the demonic sword sect. Lu Yurong smiled. "Moreover, you might not have the chance to deal with the demonic sword sect." Chuli tilted his head and looked at her. Lu Yurong said, "I heard that the demonic sword sect's arcane realm is located in the middle of the ocean. It's impossible for outsiders to know about it. Moreover, they've already moved to the arcane realm. You won't be able to find Morong Cho if you look for him now." She knew everything about Chu Li and had been paying close attention to the heavenly demon realm. Chuli said, "So soon?" Lu Yurong sighed. "The demonic sword sect is overbearing, but their disciples are known for their unity." The news of the heaven-devouring sect was spread through the disciples' mouths, but the news of the demonic sword sect obtaining the arcane realm has yet to spread. She continued, I found out through the wife of the demonic sword sect's disciple. It's a disciple from the dancing butterfly sect. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. You're familiar with the dancing butterfly sect? Lu Yurong chuckled. You can't hide the news of the heavenly demon realm from me. The heavenly demon realm disciples had a good relationship with the female Azura. It was a small matter for them to spread the news. But the female Azura obeyed the goddess. All the news of the heavenly demon realm that the female Azura obtained would enter Lu Yurong's hands. Her information was so diverse that even the sects in the heavenly demon realm could not compare. Coupled with her extraordinary intelligence, some of the information was obtained through analysis. Her deductions were not far from the truth. Chu Li smiled. I've underestimated you. Can you deduce the location of the demonic sword sect's arcane realm? There's really no way. Lu Yurong shook her head. It's a vast ocean. Plus, the demonic sword sect's disciples have all moved into the arcane realm. No one will know if there's no news. Chu Li sighed. It's a sign of chaos. Isn't this a good opportunity for the Flying Heaven sect? You can ascend after unifying the heavenly demon realm. You've even subdued the old demons of the Sky Wind sect. How can you let go of this opportunity? Chu Li shook his head. Now that so many arcane realms have appeared, it won't be easy to unify the heavenly demon realm. Moreover, at this rate, I'm afraid more arcane realms will appear. Lu Yurong nodded and looked up at the sky. It was obvious that something strange had happened in the heavenly demon realm. That's why arcane realms appeared one after another. There were already 3 arcane realms. Back then, there was a grand occasion when 12 arcane realms appeared. Now, it seemed like the grand occasion might repeat itself. Chu Li asked, when are you going to ascend? I'll wait. Lu Yurong said, my cultivation isn't complete yet. It's best to wait. Chu Li thought about it. How about this? I'll pass on some insights to you. Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. I'm fine. I can protect myself. Chu Li shook his head. Whenever an arcane realm opens, old demons will appear. It's inevitable that they'll attack you. As he spoke, he held her hand and flashed into the ruler of God's palace. They entered a side hall and sat opposite each other. Mingyu is ambitious. I don't dare to add fuel to the fire. So, I'll try to help you first, Chu Li said. Lu Yurong smiled. Looks like you found Xiao Qi. She and Sun Mingwei exchanged what they needed. Although there was still some competition between them, there was nothing they didn't talk about. Both of them were not women of the secular world. Even if they were to compete, they would do it openly and openly. They would not scheme against each other. Chu Li nodded and pressed his thumb between her eyebrows. The mother seed of attraction skill entered Lu Yurong's forehead. His profound cultivation level and martial arts understanding were injected into her. Chapter 25-23. Lu Yurong woke up after a quarter of an hour. She felt as light as a feather, as if she was weightless. The vital energy in her body flowed like mercury, light and heavy. This light and heavy feeling gave her an indescribable sense of security and confidence, as if she could defeat all masters. Music plus text plus novel, she opened her eyes and saw that Chu Li was motionless. His hair was white and his face was withered like an old man. He was dead. She was stunned, but she did not lose her composure. She had a deep understanding of Chu Li's life and death scripture. With the wheel pagoda, it was almost impossible for him to die. Even if he died, he could come back to life, so she was not worried. She was just curious about how Chu Li had managed to do it. After silently inspecting her body, she could clearly feel that her cultivation level had skyrocketed by several times. It was unimaginably powerful. Although it was a little difficult to control and required a period of tempering, it would probably take her more than 100 years to achieve such a cultivation level. Chu Li's cultivation level was channeled into her body through the broodmother. There was some loss, but it was already unimaginably powerful. After becoming a divine lady, her cultivation level had skyrocketed. She thought she was stronger than Chu Li, but it seemed like she was still weaker than him. She was used to Chu Li's endless secret skills and was not too surprised. She was just worried if Chu Li could recover his cultivation level. After all, he had channeled all his cultivation level into her body. Time passed by slowly. She channeled her inner energy to hone her explosively increased inner energy while comprehending the martial arts that came out of nowhere in her mind. At the same time, she observed the changes in Chu Li. She watched as he turned from a withered state into a baby. He breathed slowly, and the trace of vitality in his body gradually became stronger and stronger. His body gradually grew from a baby to a child and then a young man. His face also changed from immature to mature and returned to his original appearance. His body originally had no inner energy, but as his body returned to its original appearance, his inner energy gradually became stronger and surged like a surging river. She could vaguely hear the wind whistling, as if the inner energy would whistle when it flowed in his meridians. Although she knew that Chu Li had the life and death scripture, she still felt that it was magical every time she saw such changes. The life and death scripture was indeed magical. Unfortunately, she could not remember this skill. It seemed like he had sworn not to pass it on to others. She could understand, but felt that it was a pity. Chu Li opened his eyes. His gaze was so bright that she could not help but avoid it. Chu Li smiled. This is the traction technique. It can be passed down through the mother's seed. Unfortunately, some secret techniques can't be condensed into the mother's seed. What do you think? I'm fine. What about you? Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. This saves me a lot of hard work. Chu Li nodded. I've recovered my cultivation level as well, and I've even made some progress. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It was beyond his imagination. The life and death scripture's miraculousness was also beyond his imagination. In this way, it had endless wondrous uses. Not only could he inherit it once, he could also inherit it many times. For Lu Yurong, he could use the traction spell a few more times to increase her cultivation base. However, he soon realized that Lu Yurong might not be able to withstand it. If the external force was too strong, her original cultivation would be too weak. She might not be able to control this powerful force, and it would be harmful instead. Lu Yurong had also thought of this method. She then understood the weakness of this method. She shook her head and sighed. It's impossible to achieve instant success. But with my current cultivation, even if Song Wuji were to come, I wouldn't be afraid. Chu Li smiled and nodded. His and Lu Yurong's original cultivation levels were stacked together. Indeed, they were not too far apart from Song Wuji. He was originally not as good as Song Wuji, but he was just slightly inferior. Lu Yurong's cultivation level as a divine lady was enough to catch up to Song Wuji. However, this was only Song Wuji before he went into isolated cultivation. No one knew what Song Wuji's cultivation level was after he came out. Lu Yurong said, "This method of yours is enough to create a group of top-notch masters. Do you really want to unify the heavenly demonic realm?" Chu Li said, "It's not like you don't know how difficult it is. Moreover, the effort won't be rewarding. It'll be hard to last long. The situation now is pressing. You can't back out." Lu Yurong chuckled. She stood up and stretched, revealing her graceful figure. She sighed. "You don't want to unify the heavenly demonic realm, but others do." Chu Li frowned and slowly nodded. The Great Dream sect had the intention to unify the heavenly demonic realm. The heaven-devouring sect and the demon sword sect had the same intention. From what he saw, the 12 heavenly demon branches all had the same intention. Once the arcane realm was opened, their ambitions would also be unleashed. They would not let go of such a rare opportunity. "Aren't you going back to the Flying Heaven sect?" Lu Yurong asked. Chu Li shook his head. "No hurry. What the Flying Heaven sect lacked now was not the arcane realm, but time. Everyone was cultivating with all their might, using the mystical fruits to enhance their cultivation level. However, no matter how good the mystical fruits were, they still needed time to digest them and transform them into their real cultivation level. Otherwise, it would be useless." Lu Yurong smiled and nodded. She was completely relieved when she saw how calm Chu Li was. "How's the situation up there?" Lu Yurong asked. Chu Li told her about his experience. The two of them sat in the side hall and talked. Time passed unknowingly, and it was already nighttime. The moonlight was like water. The entire deity king's palace was brightly lit, but it was quiet. It was as if Lu Yurong was the only person in the huge palace. It was empty, especially under the moonlight. It seemed especially lonely. Chu suddenly felt Lu Yurong's loneliness. He could not bear it and decided to stay. Lu Yurong smiled and agreed, but she did not stay in the side hall. She did not want to lose control like last time. Chu stood alone outside the basilica and cultivated. The moonlight fell on him. He channeled the heavenly spirit scripture as if absorbing the moonlight. His body felt cool, and his inner energy rolled like pearls, faster and faster. He gradually restrained his spirit and concentrated it in his body. He pushed his inner energy faster and faster, like flowing water. The impact became stronger and stronger. Then he mastered the 9th level of the heart technique in one go. Bam, 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 bam. It was like thunder exploding in his body. His body was clear and light. The inner energy in his body was like mercury, heavy but smooth. His speed was much faster than before, and so was his weight. It was an indescribable, strange feeling. He smiled. He had finally mastered the 9th level of the heavenly spirit scripture. He felt the spiritual energy surging towards him. It squeezed into his mercury like inner energy and merged with it. He did not even need to concentrate to move the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy rushed into his body like a moth to a flame. It was as if he was going to explode. Chu needed to concentrate to stop the spiritual energy from entering. This feeling surprised him. It seemed that the heavenly spirit scripture had completely changed his body. After the spiritual energy rushed in, it followed the flow of the heavenly spirit scripture's inner energy. Then, a clear energy appeared out of thin air and entered his mind. Then, it rushed towards the little beast that was lying lazily in the void. The little beast's body became more and more solid. Its fur was especially real and not fake. Chu suddenly understood. This was a reversal of one's spirit, energy, and spirit. From energy to spirit, it was similar to the spirit cultivation technique. It was constantly strengthening one's spirit. It was really magical. The wonders of the heavenly spirit scripture could only be seen at the 9th level. Moreover, cultivating this technique would continuously strengthen his body. He would not have to worry about the previous situation where his soul was too strong and his body could not withstand it. So powerful! With a light laugh, Sui Miaozhu floated down. Her eyes were sparkling under the moonlight. Chapter 25-24. Chu looked at her and nodded. Congratulations to the deity king for improving your martial arts. He could clearly see Sui Miaozhu's cultivation level. Her cultivation level had almost doubled. It was obvious that she was successful in isolated cultivation, and she was definitely up to no good. Although both of them had fought against Song Wuji before and fought side by side, he knew that Sui Miaozhu had always treated him as an opponent and wanted to suppress him. This thought was one of her obsessions, or else she would not have to cultivate so hard as a ruler of God. Sui Miaozhu scoffed, a little dejected, but then her fighting spirit rose again. Why are you here? Chu replied. I'm here to see Yurong. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Do you think you can control the goddess if I can't come to see her? Sui Miaozhu coldly replied. You're not an Azura after all. There's a difference in your status, and it's even more inappropriate for you to spend the night here. Otherwise, you'll disgrace the goddess and make all the Azuras unhappy. The goddess had always been pure. Although Yurong was Chu Li's woman, hearing and seeing were two different things. The former could deceive themselves, but the latter could not. It was too cruel to Azura. The Azura goddess was the spiritual sustenance of the Azuras and could not be disgraced. Chu nodded. All right, I'm in isolated cultivation today, which is why I'm here now. I'll leave immediately. He suddenly realized this point. Yurong said, It's okay, ruler of God. She stared at Sui Miaozhu. Sui Miaozhu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, Goddess, this is for Chu Li's own good. It's to prevent all the Azuras from going after him. Although they can't threaten him, they'll still be a nuisance. Chuli pondered and smiled. Why did you order the Azuras to leave the foreign battlefields? Sui Miaozhu said. The Azura of this generation are impatient. They didn't go to the extraterritorial battlefield for cultivation, but for the thrill of killing. If they can't control this, they will never be able to reach a higher level. The strength of the Azura realm will become weaker and weaker, and in the end, she shook her head. All the Azuras firmly believe that the heavenly humans and heavenly demons will not attack the Azura boundary. Azura is strong enough, but no matter how strong a force is, there will be a time when it declines. I see a sign of danger. Chuli said, the deity king is wise. Once the Azura's strength was weak, the celestial beings wouldn't mind attacking the Azura realm to destroy them. Even if the celestial beings weren't tempted, the limitless surpassing realm would still make a move. The limitless surpassing realm seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, but in fact, their desire to subdue demons had never been extinguished. Sui Miaozhu snorted. Now that the extraterrestrial battlefield has become quiet, the celestials have become lively, right? Chuli smiled. Sui Miaozhu smiled smugly. She was quite proud of her own methods. The nature of celestials was like this, selfish and self-centered. Once there was no pressure from the outside world, there would immediately be internal strife. There was no exception. It was very difficult for the Azura's strength to increase too much in a short period of time. Only by having the Celestials consume each other would they be able to weaken their threat and buy time for the Azura. Chuli said, Ruler of God, you should be careful of the boundless surpassing state. Of course, Sui Miaozhu said, they have always been a great threat, but it is a pity that they are too far away. As the Azura ruler of God, she had received the inheritance and knew the threat of the boundless surpassing state. However, the boundless surpassing state and Azura's boundary were separated by the Grandmaster's boundary, so they had always been in harmony. However, the boundless surpassing state was gone, but the Azura's heart was not. Lu Yurong said, Ruler of God, if there is nothing else, please go ahead. It was rare for Chuli to come here, so time was precious. She really did not want anyone to disturb him. Sui Miaozhu said, All right, I won't disturb you, but Chuli, you still... Ruler of God. Lu Yurong scoffed. Sui Miaozhu pursed her lips and smiled, waved her hand, and suddenly disappeared. Lu Yurong said to Chuli, Ignore her. Chuli said, How are you getting along with Sui Miaozhu? Quite well. Lu Yurong nodded lightly. She has a good heart, and she does not lose her wisdom. It is really rare. She took every possibility into account and only placed her sincerity in Chuli, but she was very cold to others and calculated everything. Although Sui Miaozhu was the ruler of God, her nature was not bad. Not only did she care about benefits, she also cared about relationships. It was their decision to withdraw the Azura from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Lu Yurong said, We can do it again. Chuli raised an eyebrow. I will come again tomorrow. Lu Yurong shook her head. There is no need. Chuli saw that she insisted, so he did not leave immediately. There was no one within a 10-mile radius. Lu Yurong had already calculated that no one would see him. Chuli said, Why again? This time, I will pass my energy to you. Lu Yurong said, I will help you. Chuli had thought of this method, but it was too heavy a burden on her body. She might not be able to bear it. My goddess body is different from normal bodies. Lu Yurong said, As long as I am in the temple, I will not be destroyed, don't worry. Chuli slowly nodded. He thought for a while, then condensed a mother seed and pressed it on Lu Yurong's forehead. Lu Yurong immediately understood the traction skill to condense a mother seed. The two sat on the bed. Lu Yurong pressed her thumb on Chuli's forehead. After a quarter of an hour, Chuli opened his eyes and saw that Lu Yurong was extremely weak. Her face was pale like a piece of white jade, but it was indescribably beautiful and pale. The mercury beads in his body rolled. His inner energy more than doubled. After cultivating the heavenly spirit scripture to the 9th level, his inner energy skyrocketed. Now, with this, he felt like his body was about to explode. He focused on accelerating his inner force. Over and over again, he purified his cultivation and then used it to cleanse his body. His body grew stronger with the first circulation of his inner force. The medicinal powers of the divine and devil herbs and the mystical fruits in the mystic realm were completely stimulated. His body grew stronger and stronger. He used the omniscient mirror, trying his best to see if there were any flaws in his body, how to perfect it. As his cultivation level increased, he realized that the difficulty of this path was not about cultivation level, but how to find the body's weakness. A part of his attention was focused on Lu Yurong, looking at the invisible force surging in the void. It originated from the ground and the two deity king statues in the basilica, rapidly restoring Lu Yurong's cultivation level. After 2 hours, she had recovered to her original cultivation level when she used the traction skill. She did not exhaust herself by helping Chu Li, which made Chu Li secretly sigh in relief. He opened his eyes. The basilica was suddenly brightened by the moonlight, as if it was daytime. Chu Li then retracted his gaze and smiled. How is it? Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. Looks like I was right. We can really do this, but the inner energy will not be pure, right? I'm not afraid. Chu Li shook his head. After reaching the 9th level of the Heavenly Spirit Scripture, the inner energy seemed to have its own soul. There was no need to worry about its purity. Any inner energy that entered the body would immediately be assimilated into the Heavenly Spirit Scripture inner energy. If not for the life and death Scripture, he could only use the Heavenly Spirit Scripture and nothing else. Lu Yurong said, "Why don't we take turns?" Chu Li said, "You can take it. It's not good if the inner energy is impure." Once the inner energy was impure and lost its purity, it would be extremely dangerous to fight. A battle between masters would be just a hair's breadth away. No problem. Lu Yurong nodded lightly. With the deity king statue. Chapter 25. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-ups, free reading. I Ching Song was stunned. Be careful of Brother Wu. Don't forget, he is the sect leader of the Flying Heaven faction. Meng Jing said solemnly, he's the sect master, and you're also the sect master, so you can't mix public and private matters. If that's the case, I Ching Song frowned. Then why should we be careful of sect leader Wu? Speaking of which, we are still opponents, Meng Jing said slowly. All the factions are our opponents, except for the dancing butterfly faction. I Ching Song was surprised. Why? Every sect leader has a mission, to unify the realm of heavenly demons. Meng Jing said. I Ching Song's eyes widened. Unify the realm of heavenly demons. Meng Jing scoffed. Why? Can't we do it? I think we did unify the realm of heavenly demons before. I Ching Song asked. That's right, Meng Jing said. If the ancestors could do it, why can't we? Plus, we have a golden opportunity. Arcane Realm? I Ching Song asked. Meng Jing nodded. Arcane Realm. I Ching Song listened attentively. Meng Jing said, the Arcane Realm was created by the Heavenly Wind faction, so it is a great opportunity for them. If they can make use of it, unifying the realm of heavenly demons will not be a dream. I Ching Song frowned. What about us? This is also our chance. Meng Jing said, the sect leader has gone in to investigate and obtain some rare plants, but it is far from enough. To truly unify the realm of heavenly demons, we must first break the roots of the Heavenly Wind faction, then replace them with new ones to make the Arcane Realm ours. Good idea. I Ching Song nodded. Good idea, but it is not easy to do. There are 2 obstacles. One is sect leader Wu. I Ching Song asked. Meng Jing said slowly. One is Wu Yuanci, and the other is the old monsters of the Heavenly Wind faction. Sect leader Cheng once plotted to kill each other, so that both sides will be injured, and then we can take the opportunity to eliminate them. Then, the rise of the Great Dream faction will be unstoppable. I Ching Song frowned. As far as he knew, Wu Yuanci and Sect Master Cheng had a very good relationship. Although they had fought over the divine demon herb, they still appreciated each other's talents. He didn't expect that Wu Yuanci would be so cunning and scheming against him. Meng Jing said. Is it because you feel that sect leader Cheng is being too unreasonable? A little, I Ching Song said embarrassedly. Sighed. Meng Jing shook his head and said, this is why sect leader Cheng is so admirable. In order to realize his long-cherished wish of unifying the heavenly demon realm, he sacrificed everything he had. I Ching Song said, does sect master Wu know about this? Wu Yuanci is also a smart man. Meng Jing snorted and said, although he was very honest with sect leader Cheng, he would never let his guard down. I Ching Song asked, Elder Meng suspects that sect leader Cheng was killed by him. I don't think so. Meng Jing shook his head and said, he won't kill sect leader Cheng, but I don't know if he'll use someone else to do his dirty work, as sect leader Cheng and I have discussed. Did he also borrow the saber of the Tianfeng sect? I Ching Song asked. Meng Jing nodded and said, even if you plot against others, it doesn't mean that others won't plot against you. Then, I Ching Song frowned. In the end, he still didn't say anything important. It was just a suspicion, and it was impossible to prove it. Wu Yuanci was extremely smart and meticulous, so how could he leave any loopholes? Chapter 25-26. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free reading. Chuli laughed and shook his head. Tolerate? What a joke. The expressions of the other 10+ gray-robed old men became even more unsightly. Wu Yuanci was still so unbridled until now, and it made them seem even more useless. They'd watched helplessly as their senior brothers died miserably beneath his saber, yet they were powerless to do anything. They had not experienced this feeling for many years. Now that they felt it again, they hated Chu Li even more. Chu Li sighed. If you don't save them now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Save them. One of the gray-robed elders gritted his teeth and decided to save them first. Chu Li smiled and nodded. That's the big picture. Wu, we'll definitely settle this score. The gray-robed elder gritted his teeth. Chu Li smiled. All right, then let's settle this. He then retreated a dozen meters, indicating that he would not disturb them. However, the gray-robed elders would not be careless, as they had experienced Chu Li's shamelessness. They quickly performed their secret skill. Chu Li did not disturb them, and instead closed his eyes as if he was adjusting his breath and channeling in preparation for the next battle. This made the gray-robed elders feel more at ease. They knew that performing the secret skill to save people would consume a lot of energy, but they had to do it. They could not just leave them to die. If they did that, they might be the next person to die, and they could not be saved. They left 2 elders to guard Chu Li while the rest performed their secret skill. After a while, thunder rumbled in the sky, followed by flashes of lightning. It was the most crucial moment. A gray-robed elder roared. He realized that the secret skill had no effect. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. When the lightning entered his body, there was no reaction at all. It was like hitting the ground, and there was no sign of life. This way, the secret skill would fail, and he would not be able to save his senior brothers. He could not help but roar in disappointment. A few more roars were heard. All of them could not be saved because the secret skill had failed. They looked dispirited and listless as they stared at Chu Li. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to drip water. Their eyes were burning with anger. At this time, no matter how slow they were, they knew that something was wrong. The problem was with Chu Li. Chu Li had used a special secret technique to kill Zheng Er and the others, and since then, they could not be revived using the secret technique and died completely. They could feel the strangeness of Zheng Er and the others' bodies. Their internal organs and brains were all destroyed, and what was even more hateful was that there was not a trace of soul aura at all. When they were killed, their souls were also destroyed. From then on, his soul would be obliterated, and he wouldn't even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. He would completely vanish from the world. If the soul did not dissipate, after cultivating to an extremely high level, one could cultivate a secret technique that allowed one to recall their past life's memories. Thus, death was not a true disappearance, but Zheng, Er, and the others had completely disappeared. This showed how hateful Chuli was. They were furious. Chuli smiled as he looked at them. He had already mastered their secret skills. He sighed and asked, "What kind of secret skill is this?" The gray-robed elders stared at him without saying a word. Chuli already knew that this was the resurrection technique, one of the top secret techniques of the Tianfeng sect. It had been passed down since ancient times, and the requirements to use it were extremely strict. Without enough cultivation, one would not be able to use it. Moreover, they had 10,000 years of cultivation to be able to use it successfully. Ordinary people would not even think about it. Chuli smiled and said, "You still want revenge? We must kill you," a gray-robed elder said firmly. Chapter 25-27. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free reading. Chuli stood on the wheel pagoda and looked at the sky and the arcane realm. He was in high spirits, and his eyes were bright, as if he could see the power of the Flying Sky sect. From the information obtained from their memories, Chuli knew which treasures could be used and which could not be used. Although they could not find out everything, the arcane realm was a treasure land that had not been fully explored. However, these treasures were enough for the Flying Sky sect to rise. However, he suddenly realized, did he really want the Flying Sky sect to rise and unify the heavenly demon realm? Should he use the merit to ascend to the first heaven? Or should he be like Song Wuji, perfecting his body and ascending? He did not know much about the first heaven, so he thought it was better to ascend with his body. His original body was stronger than the first heaven, so he could start over and recover his cultivation step by step. However, now that he understood the first heaven and knew that he would get his soul lotus after ascending, he could recover his cultivation immediately. The root of strength was still the soul. As long as the soul was strong, the body formed by the soul lotus would be stronger. If the soul was weak, the body formed by the soul lotus would be even weaker. However, he did not know what restrictions there were for the body formed by the soul lotus. If there were no restrictions, he did not have to pursue perfecting his body and ascending. If there were restrictions, then he could think about other things. The key was to understand the wonders of the soul lotus. There were other things besides the soul lotus. He had to understand them one by one and then figure out the wonders of perfecting his body. After a careful understanding, he could choose his own path. However, now that there was a chance for the Flying Sky sect to rise, he could not let it go. After all, the stronger the Flying Sky sect was, the stronger he would be. There were many things that he did not need to do himself. The disciples of the Flying Sky sect could handle them for him. He floated to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the green dragon pond. Finally, he shook his head. The old guys from the Tianfeng sect could not figure out the truth of the green dragon pond because the green dragon was too powerful. More importantly, the pond water and the devil moss were unbreakable threats. His figure flashed and came to a few places. He picked a few fruits and ate them first. These fruits were indeed miraculous. Although they were not as good as the divine demon herbs, they could strengthen the body. His original discomfort disappeared, and the pressure from his strong soul finally disappeared. He let out a long sigh. With this kind of pressure, he had always been careful and didn't dare to use his full strength, or else his body would be in danger of collapsing. Now, however, he was no longer afraid. Instead, his body was stronger and his strength was greater than before. He didn't care about the 6 old monsters of the Heavenly Wind sect who had escaped. They were no longer a threat to him, and they were even more afraid of death at this age. They knew that it was impossible for them to be domineering, so they wouldn't come out to die. After consuming the wondrous fruit, he quietly sat on the cliff and circulated the heavenly spirit scripture. He felt that he was only a step away from breaking through the 8th level and reaching the 9th level. As long as he broke through, his strength would skyrocket. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Chuli turned his head to look at the 6 gray-robed elders who had appeared out of thin air. Chuli raised his eyebrows and laughed in surprise. "I've really underestimated your courage. He had thought that the 6 elders would run to a place to hide so that he wouldn't be able to chase after them, and they wouldn't dare to show up again, let alone talk about the unification of the heavenly wind sect in the heavenly demon realm. He didn't expect that they would dare to show up again. A slightly plump, gray-robed elder cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "If we change our allegiance and join the Flying Heaven sect, will you accept it, Sect Master Wu?" Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The slightly plump, gray-robed elder said, "Sect Master Wu, you heard me right. We want to join the Flying Heaven sect and become your subordinates." Chu Li laughed. "Don't joke around." Chapter 25-28. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free to read. Chu Li sighed to himself. No wonder he felt danger. It was not because this mountain was dangerous, with hidden beasts and formations, but because there was a powerful master lying in ambush. To be able to avoid the omniscient mirror's observation and not make a move, his oneness of heaven and man was like a rock around him. Once he made a move, it would be a thunderous blow. He could control the short sword like how he controlled the heavenly demonic blade and give him a fatal blow. This person was indeed a powerful master. The hole in his chest was like a gap. All the energy gushed out like a flood. In the blink of an eye, he had no energy left in his body. The omniscient mirror showed that a skinny, slender middle-aged man was leaning against a tree and staring at them from 100 meters away. His eyes were like lightning, and when their gazes met, the man's thin, handsome face was indifferent and his gaze was calm. He looked at him as if he was looking at a stone or a piece of wood, completely emotionless. Chu Li's eyes suddenly flashed with blue light. Bang! The middle-aged man flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Soon after, another cold light flashed. Another cold light soared into the sky and shot towards Chu Li again. Chu Li was already prepared. He observed the short sword and dodged it as soon as it flashed. Although he had no energy left in his body, he forcefully squeezed out a bit of energy and used it to move a foot to avoid the cold light. His body did not have another hole. Bang! He hit a tree and slid down softly. He ignored the pain and took out a jade bottle. He pulled out the stopper and poured out a white pill. He crushed the wax seal and threw it into his mouth. It turned into a breath and swallowed. He pressed his hand on the hole in his chest to stop the energy from gushing out. As the energy disappeared, his body became weaker and weaker. He could not hold on for long. The heavenly demon scripture was not very effective in this body. If it was his original body, it would have sealed the wound. Even if he did not heal, he would not bleed and lose energy. However, he could not do that now. He was still bleeding. He took out another jade bottle and poured out some red ointment. He applied on the wound and sealed the blood. He let out a long sigh of relief. The omniscient mirror had already seen that the middle-aged man had fallen to the ground and was struggling to get up. His face was as pale as a sheet, and he looked dazed. He had yet to recover from the god-punishing thunder sword. Chu Li sneered. He did not have any strength now and could not use his inner energy. His spiritual energy was still there, and the power of the god-punishing thunder sword was still there. Although the middle-aged man's sword-riding technique was amazing, it was not as divine as Chu Li's. After both of them fell to the ground, they fell into the forest 100 meters apart. The middle-aged man could not see Chu Li, but Chu Li could see him clearly. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and an azure light flashed in his eyes. After the middle-aged man was hit by the god-punishing thunder sword, it was as if he had been hit by a huge tree. He flew straight up and crashed into a tree behind him. Once again, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was even paler, and his expression was blank. He had already lost the ability to think. Chu Li gritted his teeth and restrained his murderous intent. He focused on channeling his energy and gathered all the energy in his body. He wanted nothing more than to kill the middle-aged man with his sword. However, the situation was critical, and he could not let his emotions run away. If he really killed the middle-aged man, what if he did not have the strength to deal with Chengwen Chuan and the others who had caught up? Although he ran fast, this middle-aged man who was riding the sword must be from the Heavenly Sun Church. They could communicate with each other and know each other's location. Therefore, he would definitely catch up. He could not rely on luck. His top priority now was to heal his injuries and recover his energy so that he could protect his body when he was moving through the void. Otherwise, once he used the void diversion, his body would collapse immediately, and he would have sacrificed this soul lotus body for nothing. Chapter 25-29. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows, free reading. Chuli stood in the formation and observed the two fighting with the omniscient mirror. He wanted to take the opportunity to see their actual strength. Both of their cultivations were a notch higher than his. If they were to really fight, unless he could restrain the other party and use the god-punishing thunder sword or other strange techniques to subdue the enemy, he had no chance of winning just by relying on his cultivation. Who knew if they had any secret techniques or not? Although he had read the travel notes that came with the Heavenly Patrol disc, they were very brief and didn't mention much about martial arts. Therefore, he didn't know much about the martial arts on First Heaven and couldn't find a way to deal with them. It was a rare opportunity for him to watch the battle between top masters. Even as he watched, he was still vigilant. Since Gu Sidong had an array-breaking treasure and could break his formation, he would definitely become a puppet if he was seen. Therefore, he was ready to escape at any time and even secretly help Xing Wuxing. He couldn't rest until Gu Sidong died. Bam, 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 bam. Xing Wuxing and Gu Sidong's palm energy collided like thunder, showing their shocking cultivation levels. They were both a little indignant and wanted to directly suppress and defeat each other. Xing Wuxing didn't believe it. He didn't expect the remnant of the chain pattern holy cult to have such a high cultivation level. He was just a guy who relied on the chain pattern technique, but his cultivation level wasn't inferior to his. He was indeed a disaster. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Xing Wuxing's expression was solemn, but his heart trembled. He suddenly realized that it was far more difficult to get the big reward than he imagined. No wonder this old guy could survive for so long. He was indeed difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, he took out a green ball and tossed it into the air. Bam! The surroundings seemed to shake as if he was in a lake, and the lake water rippled. A white light suddenly burst out from Gu Sidong's body, followed by a crisp pop sound, as if something had broken. It was his protective treasure that had blocked this attack. Good, good. Xing Wuxing gritted his teeth and scoffed. You have quite a lot of good stuff. His attack just now could have knocked his opponent unconscious. It was an attack that targeted the opponent's mind, so it was impossible to block it. However, his opponent seemed to be prepared and had a protective treasure that blocked the attack. Gu Sidong asked, "Who are you?" Xing Wuxing of the Heavenly Sun sect. What gall! Aren't you afraid of this old man's revenge? Gu Sidong said coldly. Xing Wuxing chuckled. I'm afraid you won't come. Gu Sidong's silence made Xing Wuxing's heart tremble. It seemed that he had to get rid of Gu Sidong no matter what this time. Otherwise, if Gu Sidong really came for the Heavenly Sun sect, it would really be impossible to guard against, and there would be endless trouble. If his disciple really died because of this, then it would be his fault. Chuli frowned as he looked at the battlefield. It seemed that Xing Wuxing would not be able to defeat Gu Sidong. It seemed that he would need his help. However, once he showed himself, there would be endless trouble and he would only add to the chaos. He would not show himself unless it was absolutely necessary. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Gu Sidong snorted and took out an object from his bosom. It was a black stone, and he crushed it fiercely. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Xing Wuxing couldn't help but sway. Caught off guard, Gu Sidong had already closed in on him and struck his chest with his palm. Bam! Xing Wuxing was sent flying. He tried his best to control his body and block the follow-up attack, but it was too late. Gu Sidong took a step in front of him and struck his chest with a series of palm strikes, causing Xing Wuxing to spit out blood. Chu Li was in the formation. He frowned but did not make a move. Chapter 25-30. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free to read. Xing Wuxing struggled a little when facing Chu Li's sword rain. but he was not in a difficult position. Chu Li did not circulate the heavenly spirit scripture or the life and death scripture. He only used the heart technique of the sword of insensibility. So the sword energy was extremely pure, but did not surpass the spiritual energy of this world, and its power was far less than before. If he used the sword of insensibility himself, Xing Wuxing would not be so calm. Even if he was not injured, he would have to escape. He shook his head secretly. It seemed that the traction skill had its limits, especially for someone like him who had several secret skills. Gu Sidong slapped Xing Wuxing with an excited look. He was already thinking about how to turn Xing Wuxing into a puppet. As for Chu Li, he would make him commit suicide after this. As a puppet, he was powerless to resist, as he was told to commit suicide. Although Chu Li had the body of a soul lotus and had greater potential, he was far from Xing Wuxing. He had the martial arts of the Divine Sun Church, which was like adding wings to a tiger. After becoming a puppet, he would not be able to run amok, but his ability to protect himself would be stronger. He relied on upgrading the puppet step by step. He first learned profound martial arts from the puppet, then made the puppet cultivate the traction skill. He only passed on the method of condensing the mother seed, and made the puppet rely on the mother seed to pass on its cultivation level and skills to him. That was how he achieved his current profound cultivation level. First, he planted the child seed, then the mother seed. This was his original upgrade method in a flash of inspiration. With this method, when he was strong enough, it would not be a dream to revive the Divine Sun Church. Seeing Chu Li desperately use the sword of insensibility to suppress Xing Wuxing, but he could not do anything to Xing Wuxing. He shook his head. He could not help but sigh. He was only one step away. He had first taught Chu Li the traction skill to condense the mother seed, and then passed on the martial arts to himself. He would then know what kind of martial arts Chu Li had and make his body activate this martial arts. But now he did not know Chu Li's martial arts, so he could only make him act instinctively and could not unleash the strongest power. The puppet controlled by the lead technique could only control its body, but not its mind. Therefore, it could be given in order to use a certain martial art to deal with others, but the prerequisites clearly stated what martial art it was. Even if he could find out from Chu Li what kind of martial arts he knew and what kind of martial arts he was most proficient in, he would not be able to accurately perform them. The best way was to obtain his experience and realization, just like his own body. Only then would he be able to control the martial arts freely and greatly increase his power. Bam! Xing Wuxing took a step back and sneered. So what if there are two of you? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, suddenly disappearing. Gu Sidong stared coldly in the direction where he disappeared. He didn't chase after him, because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Phew! Gu Sidong heaved a long sigh of relief, his face pale. He turned to look at Chu Li. However, Chu Li felt that his body had suddenly recovered and he could control it freely again. He hurriedly activated the heavenly demon scripture and instantly turned into another person. He became Zhao De, but his appearance did not change. The heavenly demon scripture was mysterious and far better than the heavenly demonic power. Once it was activated, it was not just his appearance and body that changed, but also his thoughts. He had completely become another person. His original consciousness seemed to have become a guest, watching coldly and letting Zhao De do whatever he wanted. Gu Sidong squinted his eyes and looked at Chu Li. Suddenly, he activated the traction skill again. Chu Li suddenly felt that he had lost control of his body. Even Zhao De had become a spectator. You want to kill me? Gu Sidong asked coldly. Tell me the truth. He activated the traction skill to make Chu Li tell the truth. Chu Li could only tell the truth and would never go against it. This was the overbearing nature of the traction skill, and there was no way to break it. Chu Li shook his head and said without hesitation, no. He was now Zhao De. Zhao De did not know Gu Sidong at all, so he had no intention to kill him. Chapter 25:31. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free to read. Gu Sidong cultivated a total of 3 types of martial arts: the traction skill, the Heaven Raiment Power, and the Thunder Gale Palm. Although Chu Li received the inheritance and experience of the three types of martial arts, as if he had cultivated them for hundreds of years, he did not accept all of them. He only took the traction skill and gave up on the other two. These two types of martial arts were indeed powerful, but he did not cultivate them himself. Moreover, he believed that what he had learned was unique, so he could use them more easily than what he got from Gu Sidong. Gu Sidong had now become his puppet, and their identities were reversed. The traction skill consumed a lot of spirit, so it could not be used continuously. That was why Gu Sidong stopped and gave Chu Li a chance to turn the situation around in one fell swoop. If he stopped using the traction skill, Gu Sidong would have a chance to control him. Once the seed was planted, even the person who cast the skill could not remove it. He could only control this person and could not control others. The traction skill could only control one person. This was an iron law that could not be violated. He could not let Gu Sidong remove the seed, so Gu Sidong still had a chance to control him. At that time, he would definitely die, so Gu Sidong could only die. Sigh. He sighed and shook his head. Between his own life and Gu Sidong's, he had no choice, even if Gu Sidong saved his life. I'll destroy my own martial arts. Chu Li sighed. In the end, he decided to leave a chance of survival. No matter what Gu Sidong's purpose was, he saved his life. If he killed him, it would leave a flaw in his heart, and it would be troublesome for his future cultivation. Bam, 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 bam. Gu Sidong slapped his body several times. Then, his body was like a deflated balloon, slowly shriveling up. A faint hissing sound could be heard, and his cultivation was quickly dissipating. Chu Li could not help but heave a sigh of relief, but he was not in a hurry to remove the traction skill. The longer the traction skill was used, the more spirit it consumed. In the end, the consumption would double, but Chu Li could bear it. The omniscient mirror had already observed the void of Gu Sidong's mind. Gu Sidong's mind was calm. He didn't think about anything, only calmness. Chu Li was shocked, but he soon realized that the distraction skill could not only manipulate his body, but also his spirit. However, the distraction skill could not manipulate his own spirit, which was obviously due to the numerous mystical skills in the void of his mind. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful his mystical skill was, he still couldn't completely resist the lure technique. He could only guard the void of his mind, so when he was controlled, he couldn't unleash his full power. Chu Li shook his head emotionally and then removed the distraction skill. Gu Sidong's spirit was suddenly lifted. His eyes suddenly brightened and then dimmed, revealing a bitter smile. Chu Li did not want to say anything more. He stood up and said, "I'll spare your life. Take care." With that, he stepped into the void and disappeared without a trace. Gu Sidong looked in the direction where Chu Li had disappeared. His face was gloomy and his eyes were staring at Chu Li. The hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. Unfortunately, no matter how resentful his eyes were, it was useless. Chu Li had already disappeared. After a long time, Gu Sidong sighed and shook his head. Then he got up and staggered back. He insisted on walking back to the ravine and then moved a stone. Suddenly, the entire ravine began to shake. The terrain began to change, and the mountains next to it seemed to be moving. Finally, it formed a cylindrical shape, surrounding the ravine in the middle, and there was no way out. Then he sat next to the pool. Chapter 25:32. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free to read. The gloomy middle-aged man was shocked by Chu Li's voice and immediately sobered up. Seeing that the four palms were about to reach him, he gritted his teeth. This time, he had learned his lesson and pretended to be confused. Just as the palms were about to reach him, he suddenly shrank his body and slid down as if his bones were removed. His sudden and swift movement caused the two to be unable to react in time. Bang! The four palms collided. Both of them were stunned. The two palms collided, but it was a head-on collision, resulting in a loud explosion. Both of their inner energies were extremely een and extremely soft, able to kill without a trace. However, once the same palm energy collided, it would produce an extremely hard and extremely young reaction. Therefore, when their palm energy collided with other people, it was silent and traceless, but when it collided with someone from the same sect, it was like thunder. When the two palms collided, their movements could not help but stiffen. Bang! The gloomy middle-aged man hit both of their chests. His movements were extremely fast, and his palms were vigorous. Although it was not as sharp as his sword technique, he still took the opportunity to injure the two. The two auspicious sect disciples were sent flying, blood spurting out from their mouths in the air. They had dissolved the palm energy of the gloomy middle-aged man, but it had not completely dissipated. While their bodies were stiff, they were caught off guard and suffered a heavy injury. Chuli nodded his head in satisfaction. He admired the gloomy middle-aged man's move. If it was him, he would only be able to do this. It was really rare. To say that he was not scheming, he was reckless and had some quick wits, but to say that he was smart, he was muddle-headed. I'll kill you first. The gloomy middle-aged man sneered, and a sword energy hit the middle-aged man who had spoken to him earlier. Bang, 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 bang. Several sword energies hit the middle-aged man continuously, forcing him to vomit blood. The other middle-aged man was also struggling to deal with the continuous sword energy. The sword energy was even sharper than the gloomy middle-aged man's, pressuring him to the point where he could not breathe and felt that he could not hold on any longer. The sword energy chasing after him was released by Chuli. It was endless like a storm, far stronger than the gloomy middle-aged man's. But he had no time to care about anything else and did not know how much pressure his companions were under. His heart shivered. No wonder this guy dared to charge up to Taishang Peak by himself. He indeed had astonishing skills. No one would be able to withstand such world-shaking sword chi. He was truly invincible. PFFF, 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 PFFF. His body suddenly flashed with a dark green brilliance and shook violently. Countless forces collided with the dark green brilliance, and the dark green brilliance quickly dissipated like a candle in the wind. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the continuous muffled sounds, he kept trembling as if he was being hit by a hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He could not move and could not get up. He could only stare helplessly at the gloomy middle-aged man. He faintly felt that this was not the gloomy middle-aged man's palm strength. Chuli nodded in satisfaction. He had gotten rid of a guy without anyone noticing, and the key was that he had not been discovered. Bang! The other middle-aged man saw that his companion was injured and had no strength to get up. He was shocked and distracted, allowing the gloomy middle-aged man to take advantage of it. Bang, 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 bang. Several sword energies landed on his body. The dark green brilliance flashed and enveloped his body before it was destroyed. He felt the sudden increase in sword energy and instantly widened his eyes. He said hatefully, "What a hidden sword energy!" The middle-aged man was shocked, but his expression did not change. He scoffed. "Auspicious sect, since you want me to die, I will return the favor. I am Taishang Peak's Inner Peak disciple, Jun. Inner Peak disciple." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and scoffed. No wonder. Inner Peak disciples were the core disciples of Taishang Peak and were the future pillars of the sect. Every Inner Peak disciple had the chance to become an elder or peak leader. Jun said coldly, "How many more auspicious sect disciples are there on the peak?" Chapter 25:33. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free reading. He sighed. The usage of the traction skill was indeed shocking, but he had the Soul Lotus, so he could directly increase his cultivation level. Moreover, through the life and death scripture, he could hang up these strange techniques one by one so that they would not interfere with each other. There was a major drawback of cultivating too many heart techniques. Some of them were mutually exclusive, such as water and fire. He had the life and death scripture, so he could hang up the other heart techniques directly through the life and death tree and not let them appear. If someone else were to cultivate like him, they would probably have already gone berserk. He took a deep breath and frowned as he pondered. Knowing that Xiao Qi was safe was great news, but he could not sense Xiao Qi. He did not know if she was in good or bad luck, or if he was feeling uneasy and could not wait to see her. He looked up at the sky and suddenly made a gesture with both hands. He closed his eyes and began to walk in a strange manner. His white robe fluttered as if he was walking in a strong wind. He began to perform the flying star technique. Muffled thunder could be faintly heard in the sky as if it came from the horizon. The strong wind surged and became stronger, turning into a rapid gale. Chu Li's white robe stopped moving and gently stuck to his body. However, his pace became faster and faster. His body turned into an unpredictable shadow and could no longer be seen clearly. Only the strong wind and the faint muffled thunder could be heard. After a while, he suddenly stopped and opened his eyes. A helpless look flashed in his eyes. The flying star technique was activated to the extreme, but he could not predict Xiao Qi's location. Even though he was so close to her and was at Taishang Peak, he still could not predict Xiao Qi's location. It seemed like the treasure she had was really amazing. Since he could not predict her location, auspicious sex soul tracking secret skill might not work either. He felt helpless but lucky. He suddenly returned to the place where he fought earlier. Shi Jun was in danger, and his gloomy face became even gloomier, as if he was cast from iron. His chest rose and fell violently. White steam rose from the top of his head, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. He was seriously injured. Chu Li sighed. Shi Jun was indeed a rare person, so naturally he had to save him. After finding out that Xiao Qi was still alive, Chu Li became much friendlier to the disciples of Taishang Peak. Hence, rays of sword energy surged out and directly killed Shi Jun's four opponents. Shi Jun sat down on the floor with a thud and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your help." After saying this, he was already exhausted. He quickly closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy. Soon after, he felt a wave of pure qi enter his body, gurgling like a spring. His originally empty body suddenly became full, and he recovered his strength. The injuries on his body were also recovering rapidly. The speed of his recovery was unbelievable. Chu Li appeared behind him and slowly raised his palm. Shi Jun opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed across them. He turned around and saw that Zhang Xian was so young. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and he clasped his fists. "Thank you. I am Shi Jun of Taishang Peak." Chu Li said. "Chu Li, we're not considered outsiders." "You are?" Shi Jun looked at him in surprise, feeling more and more incredulous. He could sense the purity of Chu Li's inner energy, which was beyond imagination. Even the elders in the peak could not achieve it. Most importantly, Chu Li was so young. Although the people in this world could stay at their peak for a long time and only showed signs of aging when their lifespan was almost exhausted, they could still tell the age of others. Chu Li was obviously a young man. Chu Li said, "Xiao Qi is my wife." Inner peak disciple, Xiao Qi, junior sister Xiao. Shi Jun was shocked. "Your junior sister Zhao's husband?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. Shi Jun said, "Junior sister Xiao ascended from the lower realm. I heard that she ascended to 2 realms, so she's an earth-shattering genius. We also know that she's married and has a husband, but I didn't expect it to be you. Did you ascend too?" Chapter 25:34. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows, free to read. This valley was surrounded by lush forests. It was quiet, dense, overgrown with weeds, and there was no path. At this time, muffled groans were heard in the valley. Their voices were filled with pain, but they held back their cries. Xiao Qi was dressed in a white robe. The patches of fresh blood were like a few plum blossoms on the white snow. Her jade-like face was pale and weak, but her eyes were still cold as she calmly looked at the 6 elders. Not far away, 4 middle-aged men were lying on the ground with their hands on their chests. From time to time, they let out muffled groans to prevent themselves from screaming. However, looking at their pale faces and unfocused eyes, it was obvious that they were on the verge of collapse. Xiao-Qi struggled to stay standing, but she was already at the end of her rope. The secret skill that burned her life force was about to be completed. Killing 4 masters was considered a win, but she was unwilling to die just like that because of Chu Li. She would not be able to see him again. She missed Chu Li, but she knew that she would not be able to see him in the end. Chu Li wanted to take the most difficult path of ascension, and it was impossible for him to ascend in a short period of time. When he ascended, he would realize that she had passed away. Who knew what he would think? Thinking of this, she made up her mind. The Taishang divine sword suddenly condensed 6 sword energies into one. She did not seek to injure everyone, but only to kill one. Killing one was one, so that she could reduce the pressure on the Taishang peak in the future. TSS. The sword energy collided with the Elder's protective energy barrier, making an ear-piercing whistle. Then, the Elder's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Xiao-Qi in disbelief. He watched as Xiao-Qi was hit by the 6 palms. Bang! The 6 palms hit her almost at the same time. The palm energy could not go any further than 2 inches away. Xiao-Qi's protective energy barrier was still there, so it repelled the 6 palms. Only the palm energy penetrated through. She immediately flew into the air and flew diagonally like a rag doll before landing heavily on a tree. Her entire body was limp as if her bones had been removed. She no longer had the strength to resist and hung motionlessly on the tree, already unconscious. The next moment, Chu Li appeared by her side. Although he wanted to hug her tightly, he did not dare to act rashly. The life and death scripture stimulated spiritual energy to enter her body. At the same time, he activated the auspicious divine power to expel the palm energy from her body. The palm energy of the Lakshmi divine power was very strange. It was extremely soft and extremely yin, but also contained spiritual energy and had a faint trace of intelligence. Once an outsider's inner energy touched them, they would immediately retaliate. However, when Chu Li's Lakshmi divine power came in, he did not receive any resistance or rejection and was easily drawn out of his body. The moment Chu Li touched Xiao-Qi's body, he knew her condition very well. She had a solemn look on her face, and her lifespan had been burned to the end. It was almost certain that she would die. What was worse was that her body was also a soul lotus. He took out a bottle of crimson blood powder and fed it to her. Then, in a flash, he appeared behind a middle-aged man. With his left arm around Xiao-Qi, he patted the man's back with his right hand and activated the ageless longevity technique. As Chu Li's right palm devoured the middle-aged man, he felt that he was getting weaker. The sword energy that was initially suppressed could no longer be suppressed and instantly exploded in his body. Bang! A muffled sound that sounded like a muffled thunder was heard. Then, his body went limp and blood flowed out of his orifices. Chu Li shook his head. He knew that this man would definitely die, but he was hit by Xiao-Qi's regal divine sword. The power of Xiao-Qi's regal divine sword was amazing, especially after it entered one's body. The 6 elders rushed over, but they could not stop his ghost-like body movement technique. After a while, 4 middle-aged men were killed one by one. He disappeared without a trace with Xiao-Qi. The 6 elders wanted to chase after him, but they did not know where to start. Xiao-Qi's body did not have the force of their Lakshmi divine power, so they could not sense her. As for the soul-tracking secret skill, they had already used it today, so they would have to wait until tomorrow to use it again. Moreover, the price of the soul-tracking secret skill was too high, so the 2 elders might not use it so frequently. However, when they looked at the 4 dead middle-aged men, they gritted their teeth. No matter what, they had to kill Xiao-Qi. If she was allowed to grow, they did not know how terrifying she would become. She would become auspicious sex nightmare. Chapter 25-35. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free reading. Chu Li nodded slowly. All right, let's try. If it works, it is indeed a shortcut, but not everyone is blessed with a body like us. Sun Mingwei is fine, Lu Yurong said. Chu Li shook his head lightly. As far as he knew, Sun Mingwei did not have this condition. Although she was the boundary lord, she did not have any special secret skills to maintain the strength of her body. Lu Yurong smiled. She must have it. She just did not say it out loud. Chu Li said, doubtfully, then tell her next time. As he spoke, he had already condensed the seed. Once again, he extended his thumb and pressed it between Lu Yurong's eyebrows. Lu Yurong closed her eyes and did not move. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Li let go of his hand. His body was extremely weak, so he activated the life and death scripture and quickly went through reincarnation. When he woke up, he found Lu Yurong close to him. Her eyes were as clear as water, bright and moving. Chu Li smiled. How is it? Lu Yurong praised. It is indeed mysterious. The power is equivalent to another 100 years of cultivation. If this continues, what kind of cultivation level will we have? Chu Li smiled. There's such a good thing in the world. It is beyond imagination. He always knew that heaven was unfair. Some people were extremely unlucky, while others were extremely lucky. Just like himself, his luck had always been good. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, he would have already entered the reincarnation cycle. He did not know if he would still have memories in his next life. Lu Yurong said, with such a strange skill, isn't the traction sect invincible? Chu Li shook his head and sighed. They may not have our bodies, so they can only use it once or twice. Even so, it is shocking enough. If they can cultivate to such a powerful level, why would they need to control others? One could only say that humans were never content. Lu Yurong said, it can only be said that their luck is not good enough. Otherwise, if they created a few masters like this, who could do anything to the traction sect? Chu Li nodded. Chu Li felt his body returning to normal. This time, he poured out all his inner energy and recovered it again. Instead, it purified his cultivation level. The side effects of the explosive power were gone. It was as if he obtained it through hard cultivation. He sighed and once again praised the mystery of attraction skill. However, just from the name, he knew that it was an accident and not the original intention of the skill. Chu Li shook his head. Yurong, let's stop here for now. We'll try again next time. All right. Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. Don't hurt Sun Mingwei. She immediately saw through Chu Li's thoughts. If he became too strong, Sun Mingwei wouldn't be able to withstand it when he performed this art with her. Even if she had a secret art to protect her body, she wouldn't be able to withstand the sudden increase of such a vast cultivation base. This was no different from killing Sun Mingwei. Chu Li smiled and did not deny it. He had indeed thought about it. His current cultivation was already extremely terrifying. It was indeed impossible for Sun Mingwei to bear such a sudden increase. Of course, he wanted to improve together with Lu Yurong to become stronger and stronger, to see how much he could improve, to see if he could reach his limit, so that his body could be perfected and perhaps he could ascend in one go. Since he could ascend, so could Lu Yurong. Both of them ascending together would be a wonderful thing. As for Sun Mingwei, she was at the peak of her ambition, so she might not be willing to ascend. You should go to the Flying Heavens sect to take a look. Lu Yurong pondered. Right now, the people must be floating. We need to calm them down. Don't really make a fuss. If we solve it after it happens, it'll be twice the effort for half the result. Chu Li frowned. I'd like to see who will jump out. He could see through people's minds. He knew who was not convinced and always wanted to make a fuss, but they couldn't find the opportunity. After he succeeded the throne, his actions made people speechless. They could only obediently tuck their tails between their legs. Chapter 2536. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free reading. Sang Qingyun and Hu Zongjian's expressions changed when they saw Wan Run. If the heaven-devouring sect was a huge threat, then the Great Dream sect was the real threat. The Great Dream School was already powerful enough to begin with, but because of the death of their leader, they had to temporarily cease all activities in order to pacify the people. However, their strength was still there. If they could get their hands on this secret territory, the new leader would probably improve by leaps and bounds, and the strength of the Great Dream School would also skyrocket. Even the Flying Heaven School and the Sky Wind School combined would not be enough. Sect leader, what should we do? Sang Qingyun asked. Should we make a move and let them fight first so that they won't have time to cultivate? Chu Li was silent. Sang Qingyun said, Sect leader, we can't just watch. If we don't make a move, the Great Dream sect and the Demon Sword sect will definitely rise, and we will lose our advantage. How can we fight them? Hu Zhongjian nodded. I'm afraid they will strike first and destroy us. Wanren said, Really? The Heaven-Devouring sect has a grudge against us, but we can deal with them now. The Great Dream sect and the Demon Sword sect have a good relationship with us, especially with the sect leader. What's the use of friendship at this time? Sang Qingyun shook his head. We all want to dominate the world. Personal feelings are not worth mentioning in the face of such a great cause. At most, we will spare each other's lives and have a feast to apologize. Am I right, sect leader? Chu Li nodded slowly. Indeed, we cannot talk about friendship. Then what should we do? Wanren frowned. Chu Li said, Let's wait. Sect leader, Sang Qingyun said urgently. We can't wait any longer. Chu Li said, We've already exited for arcane realms. I think there will be more. It's really a sign of chaos, but also a scene of prosperity. Flutter. The Snowhawk's voice came from outside again. Hu Tianlai quickly took the bamboo tube from its leg and opened it. His expression changed again, and he turned to hand it to Chu Li. Sect leader, you really guessed it. Chu Li glanced at it and passed it to the people around him. Sang Qingyun and the other two looked at it, and their faces darkened. This time it's the Dancing Butterfly sect. Sang Qingyun gritted his teeth. Are all 12 secret realms going to be opened? Chu Li said, It seems so. They should appear at the same time. Damn it. Sang Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, We have no advantage at all. Once they open the secret realms, it will be hard for us to stay out of it. It will be hard to say who will win or lose in a chaotic battle. Although the Flying Heaven sect was powerful now, they might be slightly stronger than the Heaven-Devouring sect, the Great Dream sect, and the Demon Sword sect, but they had also opened the Arcana realm. This advantage would be erased immediately, and they might even fall behind. Once all 12 branches open the secret realm, they would have no advantage at all. After all, the inheritance of the Flying Heaven sect had been broken. They were only carrying the name of the ancient branch, but their absolute arts had been lost. Chu Li said, There's no need to rush. Let's take it slow. If we think this way, the other sects will think the same. There's bound to be a way. Sect Master, do you have any ideas? Hu Tianlai asked hurriedly. Chu Li replied, If it's the Dancing Butterfly sect, I can give it a try. Shall we join forces with the Dancing Butterfly sect? Hu Tianlai asked. Chu Li nodded slowly. Sang Qingyun hurriedly said, That's a good idea. The Dancing Butterfly sect isn't as weak as they look on the surface. They've always been concealing their strength and biding their time. In fact, they're flourishing like a big tree. Hu Zhongjian and Wanren nodded. The Dancing Butterfly sect's strength did not lie in their martial arts, but in their connections and intelligence. Their disciples were often married to elites, and they had marriage alliances with other sections. These disciples had gathered to form a huge intelligence network. If they could join forces with the Dancing Butterfly sect, they would be able to know everything and prepare in advance. They would not be kept in the dark. Chapter 2537. Updated as soon as possible. No pop-up windows. Free reading. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's impossible, right? Not every arcane realm has top-notch masters. Lu Qingxue sighed. It's been 10,000 years since the arcane realm opened. How many people can live for 10,000 years? Chu Li said. Those from the Tianfeng sect survived. That's because they were lucky to find the best spirit herbs. Lu Qingxue said. The others might not have the chance. Not only do they need the best spirit herbs, but they also need a compatible technique. Otherwise, they won't be able to live for 10,000 years. Chu Li nodded. That's true. 10,000 years of lifespan was the lifespan of the upper heaven, which was impossible to achieve in this world. Although the mystic realm was amazing, it was still slightly inferior to the upper heaven. It was an existence between the upper heaven and this world. Lu Qingxue said, "But I heard that the heaven-devouring sect has a secret realm master, but the demonic sword sect and great dream sect don't." Chu Li frowned and remained silent. Having a secret realm master in the heaven-devouring sect was a troublesome matter. Back then, he subdued the heaven-devouring sect, but they were filled with hatred and wanted to cut him into pieces. Unfortunately, their martial arts were not good enough, so they could only suppress it. The more they suppressed their hatred and killing intent, the stronger it became. Now it was time for it to erupt. They would definitely come to kill him. Even if they could not kill him, they would go after the flying heaven sect disciples. Lu Qingxue said, "Fortunately, you subdued the Tianfeng sect's secret realm master. You can fight against the heaven-devouring sect's secret realm master." Chu Li shook his head. "Secret realm masters are different too. I'm afraid the Tianfeng sect can't compare to the heaven-devouring sect. The ancient Tianfeng sect wasn't weak either. They're not weaker than the heaven-devouring sect." Lu Qingxue said, "So there's hope." Chu Li smiled. "Because of the heaven-devouring sect's secret realm master, you're worried about the dancing butterfly sect's disciples?" "Yes." Lu Qingxue nodded. She knew Chu Li was extremely smart and could not hide anything from him. She sighed. "Our sects are allied, but we can't defeat them. Besides, there are other sects eyeing us. Once the other arcane realms open, it'll be even more chaotic." Chu Li smiled. "Looks like you don't believe in our abilities." Sigh. Lu Qingxue's jade face was full of helplessness. She also wanted to form an alliance with Chu Li. At least she could rest assured that she would not be stabbed in the back. However, even if the Flying Heaven sect obtained the rare and precious fruit, they would soon be overtaken by the Great Dream sect and the Heaven-Devouring sect. It would be the same even if they annexed the Tianfeng sect. More importantly, Heaven-Devouring sect also had a concealed stage expert that completely offset the might of Sky Source sect. Heaven-Devouring sect's foundation was deeper to begin with. Having a concealed stage expert was like adding wings to a tiger. Even if Sky Source sect and Sky Source sect joined forces, they would still be incapable of dealing with them. She trusted Chu Li and wanted to work with him, but she did not dare to risk the fate of the sect. As the sect leader, she had to prioritize the safety of the sect, and her personal feelings could only come second. Chu Li smiled. "Senior, I've been in isolated cultivation for a while, and I've gained something." As he spoke, he gently waved his palms. Lu Qingxue was suddenly in a daze, and then she found herself in the middle of a vast ocean. A huge wave slammed down on her, and she almost suffocated. Her vision turned black, and she couldn't breathe. She was a top-notch master and did not need to breathe through her nose and mouth. Yet, at this moment, she was like a normal person. Without her cultivation, she was so weak that she could not resist the huge wave. She felt that she was about to die. The darkness in front of her was getting thicker and thicker, and she could not resist it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She quickly opened her eyes and realized that she was still standing in the same place. Chu Li was standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at her. She was shocked and immediately realized that she was hallucinating. It was because of Chu Li's two palms. Chapter 25:38. Lu Qingxue smiled. "If you can marry Mingyun, even if our sects aren't allies, we'll still be allies." Chu Li shook his head. "Junior sister Qin is a good girl, but she's not suitable for me." "Why?" Lu Qingxue was surprised. In her opinion, the two of them should be successful when the conditions were right, and they just needed a little push. Qin Mingyun was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but her graceful bearing and temperament were also refined. She was also pure and kind, and no man could resist her. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "I'm not in the mood for romance." Lu Qingxue frowned and sized him up. "Do you have someone in your heart?" That was the only reason she could think of. Chu Li nodded. "Yes, I already have someone in my heart, so I can't marry anyone else." "Who is it?" Lu Qingxue asked curiously. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Lu Qingxue tilted her head. "With your current status, you could just marry her if you like her. No one will object, unless she's not in the heavenly demon realm. Could it be an Azura? Chuli laughed. No, a heavenly being? Lu Qingxue asked. Chuli nodded. Lu Qingxue said, if it's a heavenly being, there are many beauties. The famous ones are Fu Kaiwei, the new light-surpassing realm master, Lu Yurong, and Shao Qi from Taihao Peak. They're all top-notch beauties. Unfortunately, they have an ambiguous relationship with Chu Li. UNC, you don't stand a chance. Chu Li asked, sect leader, do you know anything about this Chu Li? An amazing genius, the second Song Wuji. Lu Qingxue frowned. He's also a great threat to us. Fortunately, he doesn't intend to come to the heavenly demon realm, or he'll really cause a bloodbath. Chu Li smiled. He's related to Fu Kaiwei. From what I know, the two of them have an ambiguous relationship. Lu Qingxue slowly said, Chu Li is focused on finding trouble with Song Wuji, so he's focused on cultivation and doesn't care much about worldly affairs. Chu Li asked, if he really comes to the heavenly demon realm, how do we deal with him? We'll have to cooperate with several sections. Lu Qingxue said, fortunately, many secret realms have appeared. The ability of the heavenly demon realm will become stronger. Even if Song Wuji comes, we won't have to be afraid. Chu Li smiled. Are you really not afraid of Song Wuji? Lu Qingxue sighed and said, even if we can stop him, we will have to pay a great price. But we can't just watch him wreak havoc. Although the celestial beings are selfish and indifferent, their comprehension is not ordinary. Often, there will be amazing geniuses. Chu Li breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally diverted the topic. He quickly gave a fist salute and said, Senior, please consider it carefully. I'll take my leave first. Without waiting for Lu Qingxue to reply, he disappeared. Lu Qingxue shook her head and smiled. She then turned to look at the void and said indifferently, Silly girl. Qin Mingyun appeared from the void. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her face was pale without a trace of blood. Her eyes were red, and tears were about to fall. Lu Qingxue said, Are you sad, master? Qin Mingyun pouted. Lu Qingxue smiled and said, What's there to be sad about? He has someone else in his heart. But have you ever heard of him being close to any woman? No. Qin Mingyun shook her head. Lu Qingxue said, That's right, men are all fickle. Master, what do you mean? Qin Mingyun tilted her head and asked. Lu Qingxue scoffed and said, He's not married. As long as he's not married, you'll have a chance. But he... Qin Mingyun frowned. Lu Qingxue smiled and shook her head. Although you can't force a relationship, you still have to try. I think he's a reliable man. If you really marry him, I'll be relieved. Qin Mingyun scoffed and said, If he doesn't like it, then forget it. Lu Qingxue smiled. Let's not talk about him for now. You should go into the arcane realm to cultivate in isolation. Master, Qin Mingyun hesitated. Are we really not forming an alliance with the Flying Heaven faction? I really want to form an alliance with him. Yuan Si is a reliable man. Lu Qingxue frowned and said slowly, But the Flying Heaven faction, she shook her head and sighed. Their abilities are too weak. There's no difference if we don't form an alliance. Instead, we'll be implicated by the Flying Heaven faction. If that happens, I won't be able to face my ancestors. She was unusually cautious and did not think highly of the Flying Heaven faction's abilities. As the leader of the Dancing Butterfly faction, she knew too many secrets. She knew more about the Heaven-Devouring faction and the Great Dream faction. She knew their background and abilities. The Heaven-Devouring faction's abilities were the strongest, but their leader and top masters were killed by Chu Li. Now that the Heaven-Devouring faction had a Mystic Realm Master, it was enough to make up for this shortcoming. The Mystic Realm Masters of the Heaven-Devouring faction were not the same as the Sky-Wind factions. They could hold Chu Li back while the rest of the Heaven-Devouring faction's disciples could destroy the entire Flying Heaven faction. After a hard battle, the Flying Heaven faction would cease to exist. If the Dancing Butterfly faction formed an alliance with the Flying Heaven faction, the Heaven-Devouring faction would not mind destroying the Dancing Butterfly faction. Qin Mingyun said, I think Brother Wu is unfathomable. Yes, he is unfathomable, but he can't stop all the mystic realm masters of the heaven-devouring faction. Lu Qingxue shook her head and sighed. So, we can only act cautiously. Let me think about it. So, there's still hope for an alliance? Qin Mingyun quickly asked. Lu Qingxue nodded. As long as he's strong enough, like Song Wuji. Qin Mingyun frowned and sighed. Song Wuji was a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Although Wu Yuanxi was also a genius, he might not be as good as Song Wuji. Faction leader Lu, Jr.'s sister Qin. Suddenly, a clear laugh rang out. Qin Mingyun frowned and her face darkened. She stared coldly at Murong Cho, who was slowly appearing. Murong Cho cupped his fists and looked at her deeply. He did not hide his intoxicated look at all. Then, he looked at Lu Qingxue and smiled. Faction leader Lu, I apologize for my lack of manners. Mr. Murong, what business do you have here? Lu Qingxue said indifferently. Murong Cho smiled and said, I'm representing the faction. I want to form an alliance with the Dancing Butterfly faction to fight against the other factions. Fight against which factions? Lu Qingxue asked. It can't be the Heaven-Devouring faction and the Great Dream faction, right? Yes. Murong Cho smiled and said, once they obtain the mystic realm, they will definitely dominate the world. We are all obstacles in their way and will definitely be eliminated by them. So, we can only form an alliance to protect ourselves. About this, Lu Qingxue muttered. Qin Mingyun scoffed and said, you can represent the demonic sword faction? Of course, Murong Cho smiled proudly and said, Junior Sister Qin, when I came out of isolated cultivation this time, I successfully cultivated the Imperial Sky Sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched his right hand and pointed at a place not far away. Chi! A cold light shot out from his back and flashed past, hitting the stone wall that Chu Li had hit earlier. A short sword had already shot into the stone wall, leaving only the sword hilt trembling slightly. Imperial Sky Sword. Lu Qingxue raised her long and slender eyebrows and nodded slightly. It really is the Imperial Sky Sword. Murong Cho smiled reservedly. How can I lie and deceive others? He smiled and said, how is he compared to Wu Yuanxi? Qin Mingyun laughed coldly. Big Brother Wu is the faction leader. He sound like a good faction leader, but Murong Cho shook his head and said, he is still young. Even if his martial arts is strong, it will be difficult for him to convince the masses. He can't make decisions. He scoffed again and said, I will go to the Flying Butterfly faction later to support Brother Wu. Don't let the old men of the Flying Butterfly faction bully him. Chapter 25:39. Qin Mingyun humphed. Don't think you're invincible just because you learned the Sky Sword. That's nothing. Murong Cho laughed. Yes, that's nothing. I can't be invincible, but there aren't many who can stop me. Seeing his arrogance, Qin Mingyun sneered and pouted, too lazy to say anything else. Murong Cho said, Junior Sister Qin, do you think I'm not as good as Brother Wu? Of course not, Qin Mingyun humphed. Big Brother Wu's cultivation is like the sea, limitless and limitless. How can you compare? Huh? Murong Cho laughed again and shook his head. That's not true. Brother Wu has become the sect leader. Though he has inherited a secret technique and his cultivation will increase, there is a limit. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Qin Mingyun gritted her teeth at his arrogance. She thought it was funny, but she didn't know what to say. No one could make such an arrogant guy come to his senses. Only when he experienced it himself would he be honest. Murong Cho still didn't believe it and smiled. I heard that Brother Wu has the Sky Demon Blade. I want to try it out. Qin Mingyun pouted and humphed. Murong Cho turned to Lu Qingxue and cupped his hands. Senior Lu, do you not want to ally with us? Now that Big Dream sect has lost their leader and Sky Devouring sect is crippled, we are the strongest. If you don't ally with us, are you going to ally with Big Dream sect? He knew that the relationship between the Dancing Butterfly sect and the Great Dream sect was much closer than that of the other sections. However, the Great Dream sect had a new sect leader. I Ching Song was the new sect leader. So the relationship between the Dancing Butterfly sect and the Dancing Butterfly sect was not as close as before. This was a good opportunity for their Demon Sword sect. If they could make use of this opportunity to form an alliance with the Dancing Butterfly sect, they would be able to obtain even more secret information. Their intelligence would be even sharper, which would be extremely useful. Morong Cho took the initiative to volunteer. Morong Cho, who are you? What is Master's identity? Demon Sword sect is too insincere, Qin Mingyun said coldly. Do you think you could be on equal footing with Master? About that, Morong Cho waved his hand and smiled. Junior Sister Qin, you misunderstood me. I don't have that qualification. No matter how arrogant I am, I won't think that way. I'm only here to act first. If sect leader Lu wants, he will naturally appear. Qin Mingyun sneered and shook her head. She felt that this sect leader was too timid. Was she afraid that her master would reject her and lose face? Morong Cho said, this way, even if sect master Lu doesn't agree, our two clans won't harm the harmony between us. This is also sect master's painstaking efforts. Well said. I Ching Song suddenly appeared amidst a hearty laugh. His green robes fluttered even though there was no wind, and a smile hung on his handsome face. He sighed and said, unfortunately, you are also indecisive and overcautious. You lack decisiveness. Who are you? Murong Chao's face darkened, and he said coldly, such arrogance. Anyone who dared to criticize the sect master in such a manner was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would be no different from courting death. Furthermore, this fellow's cultivation was profound, comparable to his own. Furthermore, with his young age, he was definitely not a nobody. He had obtained a miraculous fruit, and the Imperial Heaven Sword was close to perfection. That was why he had his current cultivation base. He felt that there were very few people in the world who could stop him, and he felt that he could do whatever he wanted. However, this fellow in front of him also had such a cultivation base. He really could not underestimate him. I Ching Song smiled and cupped his fists. I am I Ching Song. You are I Ching Song, the new sect leader of Great Dream Sect? Morong Cho frowned as he looked at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue cupped her fists. Sect leader I, please excuse me for not coming out to meet you. Sect leader Lu, you flatter me. I Ching Song cupped his fists and smiled. There is no need for our clans to be so formal. I have just taken over the position of sect leader, and I am very busy. Only now can I find the time to meet sect leader Lu. Senior Lu, please don't blame me. Lu Qingxue smiled faintly. You flatter me. Murong Cho scoffed. I heard that sect leader Yi is of Azura origin. I Ching Song squinted his long and narrow eyes, and a cold light flashed through them. Murong Cho felt a chill run down his spine, but his face was calm. He smiled. As an Azura, you are able to take over Great Dream Sect. You are unprecedented, and I am afraid that no one will be able to do so in the future. You are truly admirable. I Ching Song stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled and said, the Great Dream Martial School is an all-inclusive school. Not to mention that I am an Azura, even a heavenly being. As long as I am loyal to the Great Dream Martial School and have enough power, I can take over the Great Dream Martial School. Such courage. I am impressed. Murong Cho laughed. I wonder if the disciples of Great Dream Sect are convinced, and if they can accept an Azura as their sect leader. Mr. Murong does not need to worry about that. I Ching Song smiled, but the corner of his mouth was slightly curled up. Murong Cho wanted to test I Ching Song's strength, which was equivalent to testing Great Dream Sect strength. The two sects would clash sooner or later. Murong Cho was arrogant, but he was not reckless. He snorted in dissatisfaction. I've heard of a legend that if an Azura can cultivate the heavenly demon technique to a certain level, they can kill an Azura completely. I wonder if it's true. I don't know. I Ching Song's face was gloomy. Murong Cho smiled. Has sect leader I not tried it? I don't believe it. Azura may be cruel, but they are not to be trifled with. I advise Mr. Murong not to underestimate Azura. I Ching Song said coldly. Just because you want to test if you can kill an Azura, you kill them. This is not a wise thing to do. Morong Cho said. Could it be that sect leader E is leaning toward Azura? I Ching Song suddenly smiled and shook his head. Mr. Morong, be careful of your loose lips. Sect leader E wants to kill me? Morong Cho laughed. Did I say what sect leader E is thinking? Looks like I really have to experience Mr. Morong's skills. I Ching Song turned his head and cupped his fists at Lu Qingxue. Sect leader Lu, please forgive me. Lu Qingxue nodded and pulled Qin Mingyan 2 steps back. Please go ahead. I Ching Song cupped his fists and thanked him. Morong Cho sneered. Pretentious. Do you really think you can defeat me? I have never seen someone as arrogant and ignorant as Mr. Morong. I Ching Song shook his head and sighed. Swords have no eyes. There really is someone who is missing an arm or a leg. Please forgive me. As soon as he finished, he lightly struck with his palm. Morong Cho shouted. A cold light suddenly appeared on I Ching Song's back and almost pierced him. Ding! I Ching Song turned his body and flicked the cold light with his finger. The cold light disappeared and a short sword appeared. The tip of the sword trembled like a small silver snake. Morong Cho raised his sword art and the short sword slashed diagonally towards I Ching Song's left eye. I Ching Song flicked again and hit the tip of the sword. Morong Cho's expression was solemn. He did not expect I Ching Song to be so difficult to deal with. He knew the power of the Imperial Heaven Sword, but it was easily flicked away. I Ching Song was stronger than he imagined. If he was not careful, he would really lose. He was very confident in the Imperial Heaven Sword. Even if I Ching Song was the sect leader of the Great Dream Sect, he still had the confidence to defeat him. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that I Ching Song was indeed difficult to deal with. Thus, he no longer held back. The short sword suddenly burst forth with a cold light. I Ching Song frowned. He felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles. He felt a stinging pain all over his body. This was the unique sensing technique of the Great Dream Sect. It could predict danger in the opponent's target in advance. Thus, he could easily avoid it. However, this time, multiple targets appeared at the same time. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2540. He realized that this Morong Cho was not blindly arrogant. He did have the ability and confidence. The power of the Imperial Heaven Sword was amazing. It could suppress his great dream, God technique. His body flashed, and he was about to teleport away. Gee! A light whistle suddenly sounded. The light of the short sword increased again. It actually locked the space, making I Ching Song unable to move. Humph! I Ching Song's face darkened. He slowly pushed out his palm. His palm seemed slow and unhurried, but it was actually incomparably fast. Ding! The cold light collided with his palm. It actually flew out and revealed the sword. The short sword vibrated in the air like a snake, trying to find a gap to enter. I Ching Song lowered his head and looked at his palm. There was already a small wound on it. This dagger was actually able to break through his protective aura chi and the power of his palm. If not for the fact that Morong Cho's cultivation was slightly lower, the dagger would have pierced through his palm. He did not dare to underestimate Morong Cho anymore. Originally, he did not want to make things too tense. The Great Dream Sect was not fully prepared yet. They needed time to increase their strength and accumulate power. He just wanted to teach Morong Cho a lesson. However, he did not expect to meet such a tough opponent. He could only use his true strength. Otherwise, if he really lost, he would become a big joke. He, the sect leader, could not defeat a Demon Sword sect disciple. The whole Great Dream sect would be shamed. Moreover, he did not want to lose under the eyes of Qin Mingyun and Lu Qingxue. Ding, 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 ding. The short sword was like lightning. It arrived in an instant, but was blocked by his palms. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the blockade of his palms. The tip of the sword stabbed into his palms. It was like hitting a stone. The sound was clear. I Ching Song's palm power was getting faster and faster. In the end, it formed a sky full of palm shadows that enveloped Morong Cho. Morong Cho kept retreating while using the Imperial Heaven Sword to attack. One advanced while the other retreated. His palms could force back the sword user. It seemed that Murong Cho was in danger and would definitely lose. Murong Cho's face was solemn. His eyes were burning. He would not allow himself to be defeated. If he could defeat I Ching Song, it would be a great thing for the Demon Sword sect. It would also lead to an alliance with the Dancing Butterfly sect. More importantly, he could show his face in front of Qin Mingyun and let her know how strong he was. "Oomph," he shouted, and another beam of cold light shot out from his back. Two beams of cold light shot towards I Ching Song at almost the same time. I Ching Song frowned and used his palms to block them. Ding! Two clear sounds rang out almost at the same time. I Ching Song took a step back. Who would have thought that the power of these two swords would not weaken in the slightest? It was equivalent to adding another person. This Imperial Heaven Sword truly lived up to its name. Ding, 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 ding. This time, Murong Cho moved forward while I Ching Song continuously retreated. The situation between the two of them immediately reversed. Forget it, Qin Mingyun said angrily. The two of you, stop fighting. She could tell that the two of them were truly enraged. It was hard to get off a tiger, but they still wanted to win. If this went on, someone would definitely die. Moreover, the two sects were bound to fight, and the Dancing Butterfly sect would be caught in the middle. Murong Cho said with smile, "Junior Sister Qin, don't worry. My Imperial Heaven Sword can only control two swords. I was afraid that if I really killed him, it would cause big trouble, so I held back. He won't die." "Shut up," Qin Mingyun snorted. "What's the point of continuing to fight? To experience the power of this sect leader, Murong Cho said with a smile. "Now that I look at it, it's really normal. This sect leader is probably the same as Brother Wu. His words are useless, and he's just a figurehead. Otherwise, why would he come here personally?" I Ching Song laughed coldly. Qin Mingyun said coldly, "Brother Wu's words carry enormous weight. No one can go against him. You just have to say that Brother Wu is just a figurehead." "Huh?" Murong Cho shook his head and laughed. "I know that you like Brother Wu and are biased towards him. But no matter how powerful he is, how can he defeat those old fellows?" I Ching Song said, "From what I know, Brother Wu is really not just a figurehead. Instead, he commands him like an arm. Everyone in the sect obeys him." "You're flattering yourself," Murong Cho said with a smile. Suddenly, a cold light flew out from behind him. Three swords formed a triangular shape and shot towards I Ching Song at lightning speed. I Ching Song waved his sleeve. Ding, ding, ding. With a clear sound, the three cold lights suddenly disappeared. Murong Cho's expression changed slightly. He laughed coldly. Good skill. He realized that he had lost contact with the three swords. His forehead was in severe pain, as if a knife had cut through it. It was obvious that this was a strange, secret technique that cut off the connection between him and the swords. Murong Cho smiled and looked at Murong Cho. "Although the Heaven Sword is good, it's not invincible. Take a look at my Great Dream Sword technique." After he said that, he waved his sleeve and three cold lights shot out. Although Murong Cho could not see the swords clearly, he felt that they were his own swords. He did not dodge or evade. He stretched out his hand, wanting to gather them back into his bosom. However, his expression suddenly changed. The short swords did not seem to recognize him at all, and a dense killing intent shot towards him. He could not dodge them in time. He could only watch helplessly as he was about to be pierced into three holes. Moreover, the three swords formed a triangular shape. One was aimed at his forehead, one was aimed at his heart, and one was aimed at his dantian. He did not even have the time to dodge them on his forehead. No matter how fast his movements were, they could not be faster than his thoughts. While he was thinking about this, his body could not move. He could only watch helplessly as the cold lights shot towards him. I Ching Song was shocked when he saw that Murong Cho did not dodge. His expression changed. He wanted to withdraw the three swords, but he did not have the Imperial Sword technique. It was too late for him to fly over. He could only watch helplessly. TSS, TSS, TSS. After 3 whistling sounds, the 3 swords pierced through an ancient tree and disappeared into the forest. Murong Cho wiped his forehead with lingering fear. Fortunately, there was a huge force behind him that moved him away. He turned his head and saw Chu Li in a white robe, standing with his hands behind his back. He was overjoyed. "Brother Wu." "Brother Murong, long time no see." Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. He then looked at Yi Ching Song. "Sect leader, Yi. Calling me sect leader is too formal. Brother Wu, how have you been?" Yi Ching Song smiled and closed fist saluted. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chu Li acted in time. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. However, Chu Li was unfathomable. His aura was like the sea. Chu Li smiled. "I just came out of isolated cultivation. I didn't expect to bump into each other. What coincidence. We're both here to look for sect leader Lu." Murong Cho smiled. He glared at Yi Ching Song and scoffed. "I made a wrong move earlier. Otherwise, it's hard to say who would have won." He was not convinced. If he did not lose control of the short swords, he would not have been in danger. Fortunately, Chu Li reached out in time. Otherwise, he would have died here. He stole a glance at Qin Mingyun. He saw that Qin Mingyun was staring at Chu Li with a complicated expression. His heart ached, but he could not do anything. He still could not win against Brother Wu. Yi Ching Song shook his head and smiled. He looked at Chu Li. "Brother Wu, are you here to look for sect leader Lu too?" Chu Li replied, "Isn't it the same for the Great Dream sect to form an alliance with the Dancing Butterfly sect? The Great Dream sect and the Dancing Butterfly sect have always been close. I'm not here to form an alliance. I'm just here to visit Senior Lu." Yi Ching Song smiled. Chu Li chuckled. "Brother Yi, you've improved a lot since you became the sect leader. You can't lie through your teeth like before." "Haha, the same." Yi Ching Song laughed. Murong Cho suppressed the bitterness in his heart and scoffed. "Then let sect leader Lu choose a sect." Chapter 25:41. Chu Li asked, "Why force Senior Lu? The butterfly dance sect can't always stay aloof, right?" Yi Ching Song shook his head and sighed. "Outsiders see us as allies with the butterfly dance sect. Even sect leader Lu can't stay aloof. The heaven-devouring sect will never let the butterfly dance sect go." Lu Qingxuan narrowed her eyes and said nothing. She knew Yi Ching Song was right. Everyone knew about the relationship between the butterfly dance sect and the dream sect. It was too late to deny it unless they clearly stated which sect they were allied with. However, she did not want to form an alliance so soon because the situation was unpredictable. The arcane realms were opening one after another. Judging by the situation, all 12 arcane realms would open soon. It would be a great purge, and the original balance of power would be broken. For example, the Flying Heaven sect could not gain any advantage and was destined to be suppressed. However, they took advantage of the opening of the Tianfeng sect's arcane realm and leaped to the top. Even if they could not become the strongest sect, they would gain the resources of the arcane realm in advance. Their strength would increase greatly, and they would not be too far behind. However, they would not be confident of winning in the end. It was the same for the other sections. As long as they took advantage of the opening of the arcane realm and rose, they would have the chance to dominate the world. Of course, they also needed enough luck. For example, the Tianfeng sect was unlucky. The Dream sect and the Demonic Sword sect were strong, but they might not be the last one standing. Therefore, they had to be cautious and analyze the information they received before placing their bets on the sect with the most hope. This was not for her, but for the Butterfly Dance sect. It was the only way to live up to the position of sect leader. Murong Cho scoffed. That might not be the case. Everyone knows that the Dream sect has a new sect leader. The Dream sect might not be as close to the Butterfly Dance sect after changing their sect leader. He turned to Lu Qingxiu. "Senior Lu, we are very sincere. We won't cheat the Butterfly Dance sect. Is this sincerity? They only sent you?" Yi Ching Song sneered. He smiled at Chu Li. "We can't even compare to the Flying Heaven sect. Am I right, Brother Wu?" Chu Li laughed. "I came to discuss an alliance with Senior Lu. Unfortunately, Senior Lu didn't agree. The arcane realm has opened. Does the dream sect feel at ease now? Of course, with such a rare opportunity. How can we not risk our lives? I Ching Song said, if it was Brother Wu, you would also do the same, right? Chu Li smiled. It seems like Brother E is very confident. You really want to unify the entire heavenly demonic realm. You flatter me. We don't have that kind of strength right now. I Ching Song shook his head and sighed. So, Brother Wu, do you want to fight side by side against the other sects? Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He did not expect I Ching Song to want to form an alliance with the Flying Heaven sect. I Ching Song said, Brother Wu, we are friends of life and death. I owe you a great debt of gratitude, so I don't want to be enemies with you. Since you don't want to be enemies, why don't we form an alliance? Chu Li said, the Great Dream sect wants to unify the heavenly demonic realm. How can they tolerate us? Unifying the Sky Fiend realm doesn't necessarily mean swallowing all the sections. It's just a title. I Ching Song shook his head and said, to be honest, it's very difficult and unnecessary to control the entire Sky Demon realm. It's enough as long as everyone obeys us and listens to us. Chu Li slowly nodded. I Ching Song was indeed very clear-headed. He did not have much ambition. Perhaps it was because he had only been the sect leader for a short period of time, or maybe it was because of his young age, or because of his identity. The Azura did not have much ambition. If it was the previous sect leader, Chung Yuan, he would have wanted to dominate the heavenly demonic realm. Once he said something, no one would dare to disobey him. I Ching Song turned to look at Murong Cho and laughed. Master Murong, let's form an alliance with the demonic sword sect. What do you think? About that, Murong Cho shook his head and said, I can't make the decision. I have to report to the sect leader. However, we know a thing or two about the Great Dream sect's tactics. As for forming an alliance, he shook his head as he spoke. The Great Dream sect was very good at playing tricks. They only cared about benefits. They spared no effort in scheming against their own people. It was impossible to guard against them, so it was best not to work with them. The Dancing Butterfly sect trusted the Great Dream sect because the sect leader, Chung Yuan, was infatuated with Lu Qingxue. Otherwise, the Dancing Butterfly sect would not have dared to get close to the Great Dream sect. Now that Chung Yuan was gone, I Ching Song, the alliance leader, was replaced. No one knew his temperament. However, the Great Dream sect only changed their sect leader. The remaining people were still there. How could they change their temperament and not scheme against others? That was why the Dancing Butterfly sect hesitated and no longer trusted the Great Dream sect. I Ching Song sighed. Master Murong, I have good intentions. I don't want to become enemies with the demonic sword sect and kill each other. That would be best. Murong Cho scoffed. Lu Qingxue remained silent. I Ching Song turned to look at Chu Li. Brother Wu, have you thought about it? Murong Cho saw his hesitation and said impatiently, why do you have to make things difficult for Brother Wu? He doesn't have the final say. There are still the old people in the sect. I Ching Song smiled. I believe that with Brother Wu's tactics, you already have the Flying Heaven sect under your control. Chu Li sighed. If it's an alliance, there's nothing wrong with it. Really? I Ching Song quickly asked. Chu Li nodded. The Flying Heaven sect has no desires. We don't want to unify the heavenly demonic realm, nor do we want to conquer the world. We don't have the intention nor the ability to do so. We only want to protect ourselves. Murong Cho quickly said, if you want to protect yourself, don't form an alliance with the Great Dream sect. You'll only be a burden to them. When the time comes, you'll be tied together. You can't not fight with your life on the line. Qin Mingyun, who had a bitter look on her face, quickly nodded. Although she did not have a good impression of Murong Cho, she felt that what he said made sense. Chu Li smiled. I Ching Song coldly looked at Murong Cho and scoffed. Master Murong, it seems that we can only become enemies with the demonic sword sect. That might not be the case. You should first get through the heaven-devouring sect before saying such things. Murong Cho chuckled. Of course. I Ching Song nodded. Murong Cho curled his lips. I don't think so. They have the existence of the old demon from the arcane realm. So what? I Ching Song sneered. Hee hee. Laughter suddenly rang out, causing the blood in the surrounding people to churn. It was as if thunder had exploded in their ears. Chu Li was as calm as still water. He looked at the two elders who had appeared in front of him. The two elders were tall and burly. Both of them wore green robes. Their faces were rosy and their hair was snow white. Their youthful appearance was admirable. They smiled at Chu Li and the others and gave a fist salute. "We are the old demons of the heaven-devouring sect." I Ching Song's expression was solemn. He felt a huge pressure, and so did Morong Cho. Lu Qingxue frowned as she looked at the two elders. She took a step forward and blocked Qin Mingyan. I Ching Song gave a fist salute. "Seniors, you are just an ordinary disciple of the heaven-devouring sect." The two elders in green robes smiled and looked at I Ching Song. "Those who came from the arcane realm are indeed nothing special. They are all pitiful people." "Then what do you want?" I Ching Song asked in a low voice. He knew that things were not going well. He was ready to escape at any time. The heaven-devouring sect and the Great Dream sect would never join forces. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. They could only fight. A tall elder said, "We are here to visit the dancing butterfly sect." "You are?" He did not recognize I Ching Song. He did not even know the identity of the people present. He vaguely felt that Lu Qingxue was the sect leader of the dancing butterfly sect. I Ching Song scoffed. "Then I shall take my leave. P.S. Update complete." Chapter 2542. "Wait." The tall elder smiled and shook his head. "I just arrived and you want to leave? What's the reason?" Morong Cho snorted and said, "The two of you are really... This is the Great Dream sect leader, I Ching Song. Looks like the two of you really came from a secret realm, ignorant and ill-informed. You don't even know the famous Great Dream sect leader." He smiled faintly and said to I Ching Song, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? We haven't discussed it yet." I Ching Song was secretly resentful and shook his head. "I still have urgent matters to attend to. It won't be too late to discuss it another day. Goodbye." "What's the hurry?" Morong Cho laughed. "If you leave in such a hurry, others will think that you're afraid of these two heaven-devouring sect masters, right?" I Ching Song's face darkened, and he glared at Morong Cho. Morong Cho smiled proudly. He did not want to face the heaven-devouring sect's secret realm masters alone. He felt that the two old men's aura was like a mountain, forming a huge pressure. He was no match for them, even with the sky sword. Moreover, Chu Li's cultivation level was probably not that high either. If he wanted to fight against these two old men, he would have to join forces to have a glimmer of hope. I Ching Song must have seen the situation and wanted to escape in advance. He even wanted to wait until they were both injured before returning to pick up the slack. What a good plan. Chu Li sighed and turned to look at Lu Qingxue. "Senior Lu, the situation is pressing. There's no other way." Heaven-devouring sect also wanted to form an alliance. It was impossible for Lu Qingxue to be independent. Heaven-devouring sect was overbearing. If Lu Qingxue did not agree to form an alliance, she would be an enemy. Lu Qingxue nodded lightly. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness. There was no way to remain neutral in the martial arts world. One could only choose a side. The two tall elders in green robes looked at Chu Li. The smiles on their faces slowly faded and were replaced with solemn expressions. Their cultivation level was high, and they focused on cultivation in the arcane realm. Their intuition was extremely sharp. Although Chu Li hid his strength, they still sensed something strange. Chu Li said, "I have a suggestion. Butterfly Dance Sect, Great Dream Sect, and Demon Sword Sect should join forces with Heaven Flying Sect. We'll help each other and advance and retreat together." "That's a good idea." Morong Cho nodded without hesitation and praised. "This way, we don't have to worry." I Ching Song smiled and nodded. Of course, the Great Dream Sect wanted to conquer the world, but in the process, it was impossible to fight alone. They would need help, or else the Great Dream Sect would not be able to stop them no matter how strong they were. Chu Li's suggestion resonated with him. Chu Li looked at Lu Qingxue and said, "I'll try to persuade the Profound Heart Sect as well. There's a lot of hope." The situation between the Profound Heart sect and the Flying Heaven sect was similar to that of the Dancing Butterfly sect and the Great Dream sect. When the two former sect masters were still around, they were very close. But without the sect master, the relationship between them became a little cold. The Mystic Heart sect was also an ancient sect with a deep foundation. It was the inheritance of the Mystic Mirror sect, so it was highly possible that it could open the mystic realm. If Chu Li took the initiative to visit, the Profound Heart sect would not reject him. After all, his reputation was not weak, unlike Murong Cho, who was still stuck in the past. Cough, cough. The two elders in green robes covered their mouths and coughed. They looked at Chu Li with a piercing gaze. Chu Li acted as if he did not see the two and continued. In this way, among the 12 sects, we have 5 sections. I think the Great Dream sect can rope in another 2 sections. The Demonic Sword sect can too, so we have majority. Makes sense. I Ching Song nodded. We have already formed an alliance with the 2 sections. Murong Cho scoffed. We have 1 sect too. Chu Li smiled. We have 8 sects among the 12 sects. It's stable. Senior Liu, you don't have to worry. All right. Lu Qingshu nodded slowly. This is indeed stable. In your dreams, one of the elders in green robes shook his head and laughed. Do you really think you can win with more people? Chu Li looked at the elder in green robes. We are only forming an alliance to protect ourselves. We have no other intentions. As long as the Heaven-Devouring sect does not initiate an attack, we will not do anything. What if we initiate an attack? The other elder in green robes said proudly. The 2 elders in green robes were tall and burly. One had a long and narrow face, while the other had a round face. The long and narrow face looked cold, but spoke calmly. The round face looked friendly, but spoke arrogantly and disdainfully. Murong Cho sneered. If you dare to initiate an attack, we will destroy you. Arrogant and ignorant. The round-faced elder looked at him disdainfully. Murong Cho scoffed. Don't think that you are invincible just because you came out of the arcane realm and lived a little longer. Looks like you want to learn from us. The round-faced elder was even more disdainful. He curled his lips. You are far from it. You are not qualified to talk to me. You are courting death. Murong Cho shouted. 3 cold lights shot out from the forest. The round-faced elder waved his hand. Murong Cho only felt a huge force pulling him. He could not help but move forward. After 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. He quickly used the 1,000-pounds drop to stabilize himself. However, this force was huge and vast. His strength seemed insignificant. Although he tried his best to stabilize himself, he was still sliding forward. He was multitasking. While he was trying his best to stabilize himself, he made up his mind. He used the 3 short swords to shoot towards the 2 elders in green robes. He wanted to kill them before he was pulled into their path. The 2 elders disappeared in a flash. The 3 cold lights made a turn and shot towards them. Murong Cho seemed to be able to predict where they would move to. The 2 elders could only disappear again. The 3 cold lights made another turn and chased after the 2 elders. I Ching Song was surprised. He felt that he had underestimated Murong Cho. This Imperial Heaven Sword was really amazing. Murong Cho was still sliding forward. Even though the 2 elders were dodging, they were still distracted. This caused Murong Cho to be in a difficult situation. It was obvious that Murong Cho was benefiting from the power of the Imperial Heaven Sword. However, his cultivation level was much lower than the elders. The 2 elders' cultivation levels were high. Under the ingenuity of the Imperial Heaven Sword, they were in a difficult situation. At first glance, it seemed like they were fighting to a draw. The pulling force suddenly disappeared. Murong Cho could not help but fall backward. He hurriedly channeled to stop himself. In this moment of distraction, the cold lights slowed down. 3 short swords appeared. The 2 elders suddenly appeared behind Murong Cho. For palms pressed toward his back. Pop! Everyone's eyes suddenly swayed. A white shadow seemed to flash past. Murong Cho appeared 10 meters away. He looked surprised. Chu Li was already standing at Murong Cho's original position. Both of his palms blocked an elder's palm. The palms were separated by a fist's distance. The three of them were in a stalemate. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as if they were standing in a strong wind. Murong Cho shook his head helplessly. Competing with these two 10,000-year-old monsters was equivalent to courting death. Everyone else thought the same. Qi Mingyan stared at Chu Li worriedly. Her bright eyes did not blink. The vital energy in Chu Li's body was like mercury, rolling and flowing endlessly. The spiritual energy from the next level kept gushing in and turning into mercury-like inner energy. When he came back from the next level, he suddenly realized that the spiritual energy that he could absorb in this world was no longer the same as the previous level. Instead, it was a level higher than the previous level, which was 2 levels lower. The purity of this spiritual energy was beyond imagination. Hence, his inner energy became even purer. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Chu Li slowly moved forward. The two elders slowly retreated. They were actually no match for him. Chapter 2543. Murong Chao's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Li in disbelief. He then looked at the two elders in green robes and watched as they slowly retreated under Chu Li's palm energy. Their baby-like faces turned red and purple as they struggled. He felt that his mind was in a mess and his thoughts were in a mess. Was this really Wu Yuanxi? Wu Yuanxi's cultivation was about the same as his, but when he went into seclusion this time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his wisdom burst forth, allowing him to break through all the obstacles in one go and cultivate the Heaven Control Sword to the highest level, just a step away from perfection. The Imperial Sword was a higher level heaven martial art. As long as he mastered it, he could ascend. Although the last step was the most difficult, it was rare for him to reach this step at such a young age. Since ancient times, there were only a few who could ascend. With such progress, Wu Yuanxi could not be stronger than him. When Chu Li saved him previously, he thought it was a coincidence, but now he knew that Chu Li's cultivation level was far higher than his. He turned his head to look at Qi Mingyun. Qi Mingyun was staring at Chu Li intently, and her bright eyes were sparkling. Her delicate and beautiful face was filled with admiration and fascination, which made him feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. However, he felt helpless. Chu Li was so strong, but not just a little stronger than him. He was so strong that he felt hopeless. One person was equivalent to two 10,000-year masters. How unbelievable! He turned to look at I Ching Song. I Ching Song looked serious, and his eyes were shining. I Ching Song was shocked too. He knew that Chu Li's cultivation level was high. He had defeated the secret realm masters from Tianfeng's sect, but he did not expect Chu Li to be so strong. His cultivation level was so high that no one in the sect could match him. If that was the case, the first master of the heavenly demon realm was Wu Yuanxi. This was not a good thing for Great Dream Sect. If Great Dream Sect wanted to unify the heavenly demon realm, they must have a first master. This was fundamental. Otherwise, they would not be able to convince the masses and conquer them. Looking at Chu Li's current cultivation level, and thinking about how fast he progressed, even if it was because he had obtained the secret realm from Tianfeng's sect, it was still shocking. He had also obtained the secret realm, but he had only cultivated for a short time. Even if he had cultivated for a longer time, he would not be able to reach Chu Li's level. Helplessness welled up in his heart. Could it be that the great cause of the Great Dream Sect could not be realized by his own hands? If it was Cheng Yuan, he would naturally want to kill Chu Li. He would think of ways to get rid of Chu Li, and that was what he had always done. However, I Ching Song was different. After all, he had not reached the point where he was cold and detached. He still valued friendship, and he had never forgotten that Chu Li had saved his life. Lu Qingshua's gaze was complicated as she sighed. Previously, she had witnessed Chu Li's strength. His palm energy, which was 100 meters away, felt as if it was right in front of her. His cultivation level was unimaginably deep. However, she did not expect him to be able to fight head-on against a concealed realm master from the heaven-devouring sect without falling into a disadvantageous position. Chu Li suddenly asked, Do the two of you still want to continue? Impossible. The round-faced old man said coldly. You must have used a secret technique. Chuli could not help but laugh. Then why don't you use your secret skills? Of course. The round-faced old man moved sideways at an incredible speed. Chuli's palm energy shot out. Bang! A deep pit appeared 10 meters away, as if there had been an explosion. Chu-Li raised his eyebrows. The round-faced elder's green robe fluttered in the wind like an inflated balloon. His face quickly turned pale, and all the blood drained from his face. It was as if he had grown fatter. He slowly pressed his palm forward. Chu-Li extended his palm to meet it. Bang! The two palms stopped a foot away from each other. It was like a muffled explosion. The round-faced old man gently shook his wrist. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst a series of explosions, Chu-Li felt waves of thunder energy entering his body. It quickly penetrated into the thunder orb in the void of his mind without any pause. The round-faced old man's inner energy was mixed with thunder energy. It was obviously a unique skill with amazing power. Unfortunately, he had encountered Chu-Li. He was least afraid of thunder, and the thunder orb directly absorbed it. When the round-faced old man saw that Chu-Li was not affected, his face turned gloomy and suddenly flashed. Chu-Li retracted his palm energy and released it again, sending it towards the long-faced old man. Bang! The long-faced old man flew out and crashed straight into the forest. Wherever he passed, the ancient trees were broken, and the branches and leaves were shattered. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the depths of the forest, out of everyone's sight. Senior phone, the round-faced old man hurriedly said. He flashed into the forest. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, after the long-faced old man broke more than 20 ancient trees, he finally crashed into an ancient tree. He was deeply stuck and could not be pulled out. The round-faced old man arrived in time and pulled him out. The two looked at each other, shook their heads, and then disappeared. Chuli did not care about them anymore. He had a personal understanding of the heaven-devouring sect's strength, so there was nothing to worry about. As they disappeared, the atmosphere relaxed again. Well, Brother Wu, you hit it for me. Murong Cho shouted indignantly. Did you deliberately make a fool of me? Chuli smiled. If I told you in advance, Brother Murong would think that I'm showing off. Anyway, it's not flattering, so I might as well not say it. You're right. Murong Cho laughed. He then scoffed. Although you're a sect leader, if the Heaven-Flying sect was really that powerful, Zhao Lingfeng would not have kept it. He would have dominated the heavenly demonic realm. Did you have some fortuitous encounter? Haven't I had enough fortuitous encounters? The divine demon herb, the heavenly demonic blade, and the secret realm. It's probably because of the divine demon herb and the heavenly demonic blade. In short, I've accumulated a lot and improved by leaps and bounds. Unknowingly, I've reached this stage. I can only say that you're a genius and have good luck. Murong Cho shook his head and sighed. I thought my luck was good enough, but I'm still a little worse than you. Chuli smiled. With your qualifications, Brother Murong Cho, you'll catch up to me sooner or later. Of course. Murong Cho laughed. He was full of confidence because his improvement this time in isolated cultivation was too great beyond imagination. So he felt that catching up to Chu-Li was not out of reach. I Ching Song, however, shook his head. His cultivation level was higher than Murong Cho's, so he could understand how scary Chu-Li was. It was impossible for him to surpass Chu-Li. He sighed. Brother Wu, is our alliance confirmed? Chu-Li smiled. Of course. That's good. I Ching Song nodded. The first obstacle is the heaven-devouring faction. Deal with the heaven-devouring faction first. Chu-Li asked. I Ching Song said, we can't wait for them to grow. Originally, we were worried about their secret realm masters. Now that we have you, Brother Wu, the secret realm masters are nothing to worry about. Let's make our move in 2 days. What do you think? Chu-Li looked at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue frowned. They've moved into the secret realm. I Ching Song asked, already moved in? As far as I know, the original heaven-devouring faction doesn't have anyone left. Lu Qingxue said. Sigh. We're still a step too late. I Ching Song looked disappointed. Murong Cho chuckled and said proudly, but we know where their secret realm is. Lu Qingxue looked at him in surprise. I Ching Song was also surprised. Murong Cho said, secret realms are always kept secret. Outsiders don't know about them and are not fixed. But this time, we know where their secret realm is because it's just next to our territory. He shook his head as he spoke and smiled. What a coincidence. It's a pity that we can't go in. All right, then we'll attack the heaven-devouring faction's secret realm in 2 days. I Ching Song said. Lu Qingxue nodded. Chu Li nodded too. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2544. How many people will our sect send? Murong Cho asked. Before he left, he already had the power to make decisions according to the situation, so he dared to agree to the alliance. However, he was a little hesitant to participate in the battle immediately. I Ching Song pondered and said, the heaven-devouring sect's vitality has been damaged, so it is not that scary. Now that Brother Wu is suppressing the concealed realm experts, there is nothing to worry about. How about sending 10 people from each sect? There were a total of 8 sections. If each sect had 10 people, that would be 80 people. It might not seem like a lot, but these 80 people were all top-notch experts. What's more, they weren't going to completely destroy the heaven-devouring sect. They were only going to destroy their top experts, so there was nothing to worry about. Annihilating a sect was a taboo, and they didn't have to do it. Otherwise, it would attract the grudges of the upper heaven and bring them big trouble. Murong Cho said, is it possible? Lu Qingxue frowned and said, the heaven-devouring sect is still very strong. It's just that we don't know how many arcana masters there are. Chu Li pondered. If there are tens or even hundreds of them, we won't be able to handle it. That's hard to say. I Ching Song slowly shook his head and said, so, let's take a gamble this time. If they have many concealed state experts, we'll run. If not, we'll take the opportunity to weaken them. Chu Li said, that's the only way. It was very difficult for outsiders to find out about the Arcana land. Furthermore, they were also guarding against traitors. That was why the disciples who entered the Arcana land would never come out, unless they were experts of the Arcana land. The rest of the disciples would stay in the secret realm and cultivate until they were strong enough. Therefore, it was difficult for outsiders to know how many mystic realm masters there were. Chu Li was not able to use the omniscient mirror to see what the 2 mystic realm masters were thinking. However, it did not matter to him how many there were. In this world, the only one who could suppress him was probably Song Wuji. Concealed stage experts were nothing to worry about. At his level, pure cultivation time was meaningless. He had already reached the limit of his cultivation. I Ching Song and Murong Cho took their leave. Murong Cho's gaze was fixed on Qin Mingyan. When he saw that she was absent-minded and kept sneaking glances at Chu Li, his heart ached terribly. However, he could not let it go and could only keep struggling. In the end, he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and left. Chu Li stood next to Lu Qingxue and smiled. Senior, you can rest assured now. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Lu Qingxue chuckled and said, the alliance of several sects is indeed powerful in numbers. Chu Li said, Senior, you still have to be careful. I know. Lu Qingxue sighed. You have to be careful, especially the Great Dream Clan. Chu Li nodded slowly. He understood Lu Qingxue's concern. Even if I Ching Song did not intend to harm him, the disciples of the Great Dream Martial School would not let him become an obstacle. If the Great Dream Martial School wanted to unify the Omen realm, they had to kill him. He cupped his fists at Qin Mingyun and said with a smile, Junior Sister Qin, we will meet again. Qin Mingyun turned her head and refused to look at him. Chu Li smiled as he shook his head and disappeared. The next moment, Chu Li appeared in the demonic sword sect. As soon as he appeared, 2 yellow-robed disciples appeared. Chu Li said, I'm Brother Murong. Please inform him that I'm with UNC. Yes. The 2 of them were stunned. They looked at Chu Li and quickly gave him a fist salute. Then, they turned around and left. As receptionists, They naturally knew the main figures of each sect. Wu Yuanci was an influential person. Not only did he have a high position, but he was also a top-notch master. There were few opponents in the world, so they had to know about him. Only Murong Cho, who had just come out of isolated cultivation, did not know about him. Everyone in the demonic sword sect knew about him. A moment later, Murong Cho appeared with a dispirited expression. "Brother Wu, why are you here?" He wiped his face and cheered himself up. Chuli said, "I have something to do. Come in and talk." Murong Cho pulled him, and the two disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in Murong Cho's courtyard. Wine and dishes were already placed on the stone table. He was about to drown his sorrows. He took another jade cup and filled it with wine. He sighed, "Come, have a drink." Chuli knew what he was thinking, but could not do anything. He shook his head and said, "A hero's spirit is short-lived." Murong Cho glanced at him and scoffed. "I really don't know what's so good about you that Junior Sister Chin has to fall in love with you." He felt that he was not inferior to Chu Li in terms of appearance or martial arts. Of course, his martial arts was slightly inferior to Chu Li now, but he would catch up sooner or later. He might even become the sect leader of Demonic Sword Sect in the future. Chu Li said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about Heaven-Devouring Sect." Heaven-Devouring Sect? Murong Cho scoffed. "Aren't we going to attack them in 2 days? Are you still afraid of them?" With Wu Yuanxi's martial arts, even if he could not win, he could still retreat unscathed. There was nothing to worry about. Chu Li shook his head. "I want to attack today." Murong Cho was surprised. His eyes widened. "You want to challenge Heaven-Devouring Sect alone?" Chu Li nodded slowly. Murong Cho frowned and looked at him. "Why? It's not worth it." Chu Li smiled. Murong Cho saw that his expression would not change. He scoffed. "All right, I'll risk my life to accompany a gentleman. Let's go." He drained the wine in his cup in one gulp, stood up, turned around, and walked out. Chu Li also drank a cup, then followed Murong Cho out. The two of them left Demonic Sword Sect directly. The people who rushed over did not see Chu Li. The two of them flashed out of Demonic Sword Sect and arrived at the peak of a mountain 10 miles away. The setting sun shone on the two of them as the tired birds returned to the forest. Murong Cho said, "That arcane realm is 100 miles away. Are you going to barge in just like that?" Chu Li said, "I'll just barge in." Murong Cho shook his head. "The arcane realm can only be opened to disciples of the sect. If you barge in, the arcane realm will be full of danger. It will be impossible to guard against it. No matter how strong your martial arts are, you won't be able to go far." Chu Li said, "I know the cloud slashing power. I almost forgot." Murong Cho said, "That's not a problem. Let's go." He pressed on Chu Li's shoulder and disappeared from the mountain peak. The next moment, the two of them appeared opposite a valley. Murong Cho pointed at the valley and said, "It's there." The valley was lush and there were no signs of humans. Weeds grew everywhere and flowers bloomed like brocade. There were even some small animals living there. It was quiet. Chu Li knew the characteristics of the arcane realm. Divination was useless. Even the naked eye was useless. Only the disciples of the sect could feel it. Moreover, they needed to have sufficient formation skills to find the door. Chu Li activated the cloud slashing power. Immediately, vital energy flowed like mercury beads in his body. A strange force floated. He could clearly feel the existence of the door to the arcane realm. It was halfway up the opposite cliff. There was moss everywhere. The original appearance of the cliff could no longer be seen. There was only thick moss that made it impossible to climb. He lightly struck out with his palm. The distance was more than 200 meters, but the palm energy condensed and landed on the door. The palm energy that was condensed from spiritual energy that crossed 2 layers of heaven was exceptionally pure. Bang! The moss exploded. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "Not bad indeed." "That's the entrance to the arcane realm?" Murong Cho asked. He was also an extremely intelligent person. It was just that because of his personality, outsiders thought he was reckless. Chu Li said, "The formation that was set up is brilliant. If it was not for the brilliant formation, the palm energy would have disappeared immediately instead of landing on the moss. Chapter 2545. Morong Cho asked, "Can it be broken?" Chu Li turned to look at him. "Brother Morong, how did you know this is the arcane realm?" A spy risked his life to send a message. Morong Cho sighed. "Unfortunately, he entered the arcane realm and can't send any messages out. Otherwise, we know the truth about the heaven-devouring sect." Chu Li said, "It's already a miracle that we could find the entrance to the arcane realm." The entrance to the arcane realm was the hardest to find. Firstly, one could not use the heavenly divination technique. Secondly, the arcane realm itself was a heaven and earth formation that surpassed all other formations. If Chu Li did not have the omniscient mirror and the heavenly demonic aerial manipulation technique, as well as the life and death scriptures manipulation of the earth, it would be difficult for him to discover the strangeness of this place. Even if he knew the arcane realm was here, he would turn a blind eye to it. A formation master alone would be useless, as he could not break the formation of the arcane realm's entrance. "That's true," Morong Cho said. "That fellow disciple made a great contribution. So, do you really want to go in?" Chu Li said, "I'll go in and try. Brother Morong, you stay here and don't let anyone cut off my escape route." "No problem." Morong Cho nodded. He wanted to go in and help, but he knew that he did not know the heaven-devouring sect's martial arts and could not enter the arcane realm. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to resist the arcane realm's rejection. He would definitely die. Although he was brave and fearless, he would not purposely die. As Chu Li spoke, he pushed out his palm energy. One palm energy after another slammed against the stone wall from 200 meters away, knocking off pieces of moss. Gradually, the original color of the stone wall was revealed. The dark brown stone wall shone faintly under the setting sun. It's really strange." Morong Cho pointed. Logically, a normal stone wall would not have such a luster. It looked more like metal, like iron or stone. Chu Li unsheathed the heavenly demonic blade at his waist and swung it lightly. In the next moment, he and the heavenly demonic blade appeared in front of the stone wall. The heavenly demonic blade had already hit the stone wall and slid in silently, like cutting through tofu. It came out lightly and silently, and a piece of stone fell. Chu Li exclaimed, as expected of the arcane realm's entrance. Even under such circumstances, the entrance to the secret realm was still unable to appear. The Sky Demon Blade had already destroyed the formation, but when one formation was destroyed, there were other formations to make up for it, and the entrance was still concealed. It was clear that he had made preparations when he set up the array formation. If someone broke the array formation, how would he deal with it? Several array formations were integrated into one. Even if one was broken, there would still be others left. It was truly exquisite. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, the Sky Demon Blade continued to swing. Under the flashes of blade light, the formations were broken one after another. Rumble! With a muffled sound, a hole as tall as a person suddenly appeared in the stone wall. Wisps of clear, spiritual aura emerged from the cave entrance. They were like threads and were abnormally fresh. When one smelled it, their mind would be refreshed, and their body would feel as if they were about to fly. Even though he was far away, Morong Cho could still feel this force. He suddenly appeared beside Chu Li and greedily inhaled, unwilling to exhale. He sighed and said, "It really is an arcane realm." Chu Li turned his head and smiled. "It's not like your demonic sword sect doesn't have an arcane realm. Do you have to go this far? Our secret realm is not as good as this." Morong Cho shook his head. "The spiritual energy in this arcane realm is purer. The exotic plants inside are also more powerful than ours. Through the overflowing spiritual energy, one could tell the quality of the arcane realm. If the spiritual energy was pure, the exotic plants inside would be more precious. If it was the same spiritual energy as the outside world, there would not be as many exotic flowers and fruits. Chu Li said, "This might be the reason why they have an arcane realm master, but you don't." "That's right." Morong Cho quickly nodded. Without an arcane realm master, this was the demonic sword sect's pain. Because of this, everyone in the sect had given up on the ambition of unifying the heavenly demonic realm. They only wanted to protect themselves and not be eliminated in this chaos. "Then I'll go in," Chu Li said. "Brother Wu, be careful," Morong Cho said in a low voice. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed in front of them. Then, 8 elders appeared in the void and stood behind the 2 of them. Chu Li took a step and blocked in front of Morong Cho. He said in a low voice, "Very good. Saves us the trouble of going in. Brother Morong, you should leave first." Morong Cho took a step back. "Be careful." He suddenly disappeared. Chu Li let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the 8 elders in green robes and shook his head with a smile. He could already tell that the 8 elders were half real and half fake. 4 of them were arcane realm masters, while the other 4 were not. They were only the top masters of the Devouring Heaven sect. They should be elders. "Wu Yuanci," a square-faced elder said in a low voice. When he saw Chu Li's appearance, his face turned gloomy. The Devouring Heaven sect knew Chu Li's strength the best. They did not think that arcane realm masters could defeat Chu Li. It was hard to say who would win. Chu Li said, "I want to enter the arcane realm to take a look." "Impossible." The square-faced elder said, "This is not your Flying Heaven sect. Moreover, you did not cultivate our heart technique. You will definitely die if you enter the arcane realm." Chu Li scoffed, "I have the cloud-slashing power. Why can't I enter?" "But you also cultivated the Flying Heaven sect's heart technique. As long as your inner energy is not pure, you will definitely die if you enter the arcane realm." The square-faced elder shook his head. Chu Li said, "You don't have to worry about that. Young Jing, why bother talking to him? Just kill him." A skinny elder said coldly, "Since when has the Devouring Heaven sect been so weak?" "Honorable Master Lu." The square-faced elder looked helpless. He did not want to compromise. Wu Yuanci was too powerful. If they fought him head-on, they might not be able to defeat him. Even if they did, their vitality would be damaged. The current Devouring Heaven sect could not go against Wu Yuanci directly. "Young man, get lost." Lu Yu's shout was like thunder. Chu Li frowned and glanced at him. He said calmly, "Looks like we're going to fight to the death." "Sect Leader Wu." The square-faced elder quickly reached out. "Do you really want to go in and die?" "That's right." Chu Li nodded. "All right then, go in if you want." The square-faced elder gritted his teeth. "Follow me." "Hold on, young Jing." Lu Yu frowned and waved his hand. He stopped him and scoffed. "What are you doing?" "Honorable Master Lu." The square-faced elder, Jing Sun, sighed. "This is the sect leader of the Flying Heaven sect, Wu Yuanci." "That Wu Yuanci?" Lu Yu looked at Chu Li and scoffed. "He does have some skills." He could see that Chu Li's cultivation level was high, but Chu Li hid it well. He could only see 30 to 40% of it. With the life and death scripture, it was a flawless disguise. Others could see as much as they wanted. Chu Li asked, "Do you really want to fight?" He knew that the 2 were hiding somewhere else to heal and had not returned to the arcane realm. The arcane realm was a scenic spot for others, but it was a cage for them. They did not want to go back. So what if I fight?" Lu Yu said disdainfully. "You don't know your limits. Watch my palm." He struck with his palm. His palm energy was silent. Chu Li countered with his palm. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, Chu Li felt that his cultivation level was about to drill into his opponent's palm. He knew it was the heaven-devouring palm, but he did not care. His inner energy was pure and strong, so he was least afraid of this. Lu Yu's body crashed into the stone wall and was embedded a foot into it. His face was gloomy and shocked. The other 7 people were shocked too. Jing Sun hurriedly shouted, "Sect Leader Wu, follow me." P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2546. Chu Li smiled. "Looks like we have to fight. You can't make the decision, can you?" Jing Sun said, "Of course I can." The two honorable masters will not interfere with the sex affairs. Honorable Master Lu, Honorable Master Huang. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and broke free from the rock. He floated in the air, his clothes fluttering and his hair standing on end. His violent aura surged like a monstrous wave. Honorable Master Lu, Jing Sun shouted. Lu Yu ignored him and appeared in front of Chu Li in a flash. His fist was like a giant hammer, and the shadow of a bronze hammer could be vaguely seen. Bang! Like a thunderclap, Chu Li met his palm, and the fist and palm collided. Lu Yu was instantly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He crashed into the stone wall behind him and was embedded in it, but he could not break free. His internal organs were severely injured. Blood continued to gush out his mouth. Chu Li appeared in front of him in a flash and pressed his palm down lightly. Jing Sun quickly blocked in front of him and waved his hand. Sect Leader Wu, wait. Chu Li withdrew his hand and took a step back. He looked at him lazily. What else do you have to say? Sect Leader Wu. Jing Sun sighed in relief and forced a smile. Why do you have to do this? If you want to enter the arcane realm, then enter. Chu Li said, you'd better appease the two honorable masters first, or I won't be polite anymore. Of course, of course. The smile on Jing Sun's face became more forced. He shook his head and sighed. Sect Leader Wu, entering the arcane realm is too dangerous. It's better to think twice. There's no need. Chu Li frowned and entered in a flash. This time, no one stopped him as they watched him enter. Jing Sun relaxed and smiled. This should be enough for Honorable Master Zhang and the others to prepare, right? It's enough. Lu Yu wiped the blood from his mouth and said hatefully, this brat has it easy. He died too quickly. Jing Sun asked, Honorable Master Lu, are you all right? I won't die. Lu Yu wiped the blood and scoffed. What's the use of this brat being strong? He's just a trapped beast that will die without a burial. I hope I can kill him this time. Jing Sun revealed a worried expression. They deliberately designed a unique formation and even used a unique method to kill Chu Li. Chu Li was the biggest obstacle for the heaven-devouring sect to unify the heavenly demonic realm. Now, almost everyone in the heavenly demonic realm admitted that Wu Yuanci was the #1 master in the heavenly demonic realm. This was a reputation that he had earned through fighting. The only one who could defeat a concealed stage expert was Wu Yuanci. They were overjoyed that Chu Li had delivered himself to their doorstep. However, they were caught off guard, so they had to delay him for a while to allow the people in the arcane realm to prepare. He will definitely die. An elder beside him smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Jing, you don't have to worry too much. Wu Yuanci is a top-notch master, but no matter how powerful he is, once he enters the arcane realm, he'll be like a dragon swimming in shallow waters. He won't be able to use any of his other martial arts and can only use the sky-devouring incantation. Other heart techniques and arcane realms won't provide any spiritual energy at all. Since he can't use his sky demon blade, what's there to fear? Jing Sun revealed a smile and slowly nodded. He felt that he had been too pessimistic and had overestimated Wu Yuanci. The heaven-devouring sect's arcane realm was even stronger. Disciples who did not cultivate the sky-devouring incantation could not enter and could only use the sky-devouring incantation. Otherwise, not only would they run out of spiritual energy, they might even explode and die. Wu Yuanci would definitely die because of this. No matter how strong Wu Yuanci was, he would not be able to use his original martial arts and the Sky Demon Blade, so he could only use the Sky-Devouring Incantation. How could he win against a master who had cultivated the Sky-Devouring Incantation for 10,000 years? No matter how strong Wu Yuanci was, there was still a limit. He was not a god or a demon. When he thought of this, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. It's good that you understand. Lu Yu scoffed. He suddenly coughed violently and spat out a piece of flesh. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly sat down. Quick, Heaven Heart Pill. The other elder in a green robe hurriedly took out a jade bottle and poured out a scarlet pill. He crushed the wax seal and stuffed it into Lu Yu's mouth. Then, he pressed down on Lu Yu's back and transferred inner energy to him. Lu Yu's face was pale. In just a short while, he was already on the verge of death. It was extremely sudden. What happened? Jing Sun hurriedly asked. The other elder in a green robe slowly retracted his hand. With a solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, Wu Yuanci, how ruthless. What happened? Jing Sun asked. Martial ancestor Qi? Qi Luo said coldly. Wu Yuanci's method is strange. He hit a hidden force in senior martial brother Lu's chest. It was hidden, but suddenly appeared. Senior martial brother Lu was caught off guard. How despicable. Then martial ancestor Lu? Jing Sun looked at the pale Lu Yu with concern. He won't die for now. Qi Luo scoffed. If it were anyone else, they would definitely die. This hidden force is too ruthless and sinister. However, senior martial brother Lu has cultivated the origin returning technique, so he can recover. However, he needs enough vitality. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared with a handful of seeds in his hand. The sesame-like black seeds were stuffed into Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu exhaled a breath of white air. Then, the seeds turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. As the seeds turned into powder, Lu Yu's complexion became better. Qi Luo let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Jing Sun hurriedly asked, Are you all right? He still needs vitality to hang on to his life and wait for the origin returning technique to regenerate his heart. Qi Luo frowned and scoffed. This Wu Yuanci really deserves to die. Lu Yu spat out another mouthful of blood. It was mixed with several pieces of flesh. When it landed on the ground, the blood turned black. Martial ancestor Lu, Jing Sun exclaimed. Lu Yu glared at him and scoffed. Don't make a fuss about nothing. He won't die. Jing Sun hurriedly nodded and asked worriedly, Are you really all right? I want to see if he can take my life. Lu Yu said hatefully. Junior martial brother Qi, get more seeds. All right. Worry flashed in Qi Luo's eyes before it suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he returned with a cloth bag. The bag was about the height of an arm and was filled with seeds. He placed it in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu revealed a smile. There's no problem now. He reached his hand into the bag and remained motionless. A formless breeze blew. Jing Sun and the rest felt a formless attractive force. It was as if their bodies were constantly moving towards Lu Yu. They tried their best to stabilize themselves and watched as Lu Yu's complexion gradually turned red. Qi Luo revealed a smile. PFFF. Lu Yu suddenly looked up and spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with several pieces of flesh. Then, he fell backward weakly. Senior martial brother Lu, Qi Luo hurriedly went forward to support him. However, Lu Yu had already closed his eyes and was motionless. Qi Luo hurriedly circulated his energy, but discovered that Lu Yu's body was empty. There was no longer any vitality left. Qi Luo's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly stretched out his hand towards the bag of seeds, wanting to transfer the vitality into Lu Yu's body. However, he discovered that the bag was filled with powder. All the vitality of the seeds had been seized, leaving nothing behind. However, with so much vitality being absorbed, how could it not save senior martial brother Lu's life? Martial ancestor Qi, martial ancestor Lu, Jing Sun hurriedly asked. Qi Luo ignored him and continued to circulate his internal energy. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reaction. Lu was already dead. Ah! Qi Luo roared angrily towards the sky. Jing Sun and the other elders' expression changed greatly. They couldn't help but want to flee. This roar was too violent, causing their blood qi to churn. They had already suffered internal injuries. However, such a powerful martial ancestor had actually been killed by Wu Yuanci. Chapter 25:47. What a vicious Wu Yuanci! Jing Sun gritted his teeth. He did not expect Wu Yuanci to be so ruthless. He wondered if Wu Yuanci had seen through the heaven-devouring sect's plan and wanted to kill as many as he could. They were prepared to return to the arcane realm to help deal with Wu Yuanci. Was he thinking of one less opponent by eliminating the masters here? Come, let's go in. Chi Luo stood up and disappeared with Lu Yu in his arms. Jing Sun was about to enter when he was pulled back by another elder. Junior brother, Xian? Jing Sun turned to look at him. Xian, Jianhua whispered. Senior brother Jing, wait. Why? Jing Sun was puzzled. Xian Jianhua shook his head and sighed. In my opinion, it's better if we don't go in. Jing Sun looked at Xian Jianhua strangely and said slowly, Junior brother Xian, do you think we can't kill Wu Yuanxi? Is Wu Yuanxi a fool? Xian Jianhua asked softly. He looked around and whispered, doesn't he know the arcane realm is dangerous? Jing Sun frowned. He suddenly realized that he had been too optimistic. He had blindly wanted to lure Chu Li into the arcane realm and then surround and kill him. That way, he would be able to get rid of this biggest obstacle, and the devouring heaven-sex unification of the heavenly demonic realm would be a matter of course. However, Wu Yuanxi was not an ordinary person. He was very scheming. Why did he come in to die? If he wasn't confident, would he dare to come in? Xian Jianhua whispered. With our martial arts, we'll die if we go in. Why don't we hide for now? How do we hide? Jing Sun was moved. He suddenly felt that Xian Jianhua's words made sense. Their martial arts were not worth mentioning in front of Wu Yuanxi. It did not matter if the two of them were here or not. It was better to hide. All right, after we go in, we'll watch from afar, Jing Sun said slowly. Xian Jianhua smiled and nodded. The two entered the arcane realm and observed the situation in the valley from afar. The Grand Masters had already set up an inescapable trap in the valley. No matter how powerful Wu Yuanxi was, he would not be able to escape death. However, the two of them saw corpses all over the ground. The 18 Grand Masters were lying motionless on the ground, lifeless. Other than the 18 Grand Masters, there were 4 top-notch masters in the sect. Lu Yu and Chi Luo were among them. Chi Luo and Lu Yu's corpse were together. Chi Luo's face was still filled with anger. However, there was no sign of Chu Li in the valley. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief on each other's faces. They really could not believe how Chu Li had done it. The combined strength of the 18 honorable masters was already unbelievably strong, and almost no one in the world could rival them. However, not only did Wu Yuanxi escape, but he also killed the 18 honorable masters. This was simply unbelievable. Xian Jianhua's voice trembled. This isn't a dream, right? Jing Sun shook his head slowly. The two of them looked around to see if Chu Li was still around. They did not want to fall into Chu Li's trap. The two of them did not have any intention of revenge. They only felt a chill, and their bodies trembled. They slowly floated into the valley and felt a strange aura. It was faintly discernible, and the air seemed to be fresher than outside the valley. The two of them went forward and checked on the honorable masters one by one. They realized that none of them were alive. They were all dead without a trace of life. These honorable masters all had a red dot on their foreheads. At first glance, it looked like a mole, but when they gently wiped it, it was a drop of blood that had already congealed. Then they realized that their foreheads had sunk in, and when they moved slightly, it seemed like there was water flowing inside. The two of them had a huge change in expression. It was obvious that their brains had been crushed. It was impossible for them to come back to life in such a way. Even if there was medicine in the arcane realm, it would be useless. The two of them looked at each other, and the chill in their hearts intensified. It was hard for them to imagine how Chu Li had done it. This made them even more afraid, and they could not muster up the courage to fight to the death. What should we do? Xian Jianhua asked in a low voice. Senior brother Jing, should we go in or out? Jing Sun pondered for a moment and sighed. I still want to go in and take a look. This is too dangerous. Xian Jianhua sighed. If we encounter him, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. He glanced at the 4 dead senior brothers. They were all top-notch masters, and they were even stronger than the two of them, but they were all dead. If Wu Yuanxi really encountered him, he would not show any mercy. I can't get over this mental barrier if I run away just like this. Jing Sun shook his head and sighed. All right, then let's go in and take a look. Xian Jianhua nodded slowly. The two of them glided in, crossed the valley, passed through the forest, and walked around the entire arcane realm, but they did not find Chu-Li. Even when they arrived at their new heaven-devouring sect, these disciples were still diligently cultivating and did not know what was happening outside. The new sect leader had not appeared yet, so the heaven-devouring sect was still managed by the 6 great inheritance elders. When they arrived at the basilica, the 6 great inheritance elders, who were dressed in green robes with golden edges, were in a discussion. They were planning their next move, and they were going to take one step at a time to finally dominate the heavenly demonic realm. The two of them sighed in their hearts. With the death of their honorable masters, everything had become like a flower in the water or the moon in the mirror. Seeing the two of them enter, the elder of inheritance Meng Su, who was sitting in the middle, said in a low voice, "What's going on? Why are you so panic-stricken like stray dogs?" Wu Yuanxi has entered the arcane realm. Jing Sun gave a fist salute, suppressed the turbulence in his heart, and said in a low voice, "He has already killed 18 honorable masters, but we don't know where he is." The various elders of inheritance laughed and shook their heads. Xian Jianhua said in a low voice, "Elder Ming, senior brother Jing, is telling the truth. Wu Yuanxi has already killed 18 honorable masters, and there are still 4 senior brothers. We don't know where they are now, and it's very likely that they haven't left and are still in the arcane realm." "Impossible!" one of the elders of inheritance shouted. The other elders shook their heads. This was too absurd. How could such a thing happen? Jing Sun sighed helplessly. "If you don't believe me, you can take a look, but I think we should be more careful of Wu Yuanxi, lest he attacks us here." Xian Jianhua shook his head. "Senior brother Jing, if he really attacks, how can we defend against him?" "Shut up!" Elder Ming shouted and said coldly. "Both of you, shut up. You're diminishing our own prestige and boosting the enemy's morale." The two of them could only shut their mouths, and a helpless look appeared on their faces. "Let's go." Elder Ming stood up and walked out. "Well, now once we take a look." The 6 elders, Jing Sun and Xian Jianhua, came to the valley and saw the 18 mystic realm experts and 4 top-notch experts lying on the ground. The surroundings were so quiet that they could almost hear the sound of a breeze blowing through the grass. Xian Jianhua suddenly came to the stone wall at the side, raised his head to look, and muttered, "Good self-doing, Wu Yuanxi." The others came to his side and raised their heads to look. "Wu Yuanxi? What a Wu Yuanxi!" Meng Su's expression was cold, and his fists were tightly clenched in his sleeves. His body trembled slightly. This time, all of his plans to become emperor had been dispelled, and everything had become an illusion. "Elder Ming, what should we do?" Jing Sun asked helplessly. "Should we search?" Meng Su glanced at him and sneered without saying a word, but his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Jing Sun couldn't help but shiver when he met his gaze, and he turned his head away without saying a word. The others also didn't speak, and the surrounding air seemed to have frozen. They all knew that with the death of the 18 mystic realm experts, the great cause of devouring heaven sect would also vanish. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2548. Just as Jing Sun and the others were fuming, Chu-Li and Murong Cho had already met. "Brother Chu, how is it?" Murong Cho looked at him from head to toe. His gaze was like lightning as he wanted to see if Chu-Li was injured or not. The arcane realm was not that easy to break through. Even with the heaven-devouring technique, it was still very difficult. However, he dared to bring Chu-Li here because he knew that Chu-Li had gone through the secret realm of the Tianfeng sect. Chu-Li nodded. "It's settled." The two of them were currently standing at the peak of mountain, looking down at the lush peaks. A cool breeze blew past, and they couldn't help but feel a bit more relaxed. Murong Cho said with a smile, "As expected of Brother Chu. How did you solve it?" "Get rid of most of their concealed stage experts." Chu-Li said, "Even though they've obtained the arcane realm, they don't have the ambition to rule the world, so they don't have many wars." Murong Cho chuckled and said, "Powerful, powerful. To think that you could kill off a concealed stage expert. Chuli smiled. Murong Cho said, then how many did you kill? 18 concealed realm masters and 2 contemporary masters from the heaven-devouring sect. Chuli shook his head. There are also 18 of them here. Heavenly Wind sect had 18 concealed stage experts, while heaven-devouring sect also had 18. Could there be some secret that only allowed 18? How many? Murong Cho cried out involuntarily. Chuli answered, 18. Murong Cho frowned and said, it can't be. Why are there so many? He found it hard to believe. No matter how strong Brother Wu was, killing 1 or 2 concealed stage experts was already a rare feat. Killing 18 of them would require him to grind them down again and again. Killing 18 of them in one go was simply unbelievable. He had witnessed the power of a concealed stage expert. Moreover, once these concealed stage experts were determined to die together, no matter how strong one's martial arts were, one could not defend against them. Chuli smiled. Why? You don't believe me? You really killed 18 of them in one go. Murong Cho stared at him. Chuli said, it's not as difficult as I thought it would be. They set up a trap, and it seemed like they were waiting for me to walk in. In the end, I managed to turn the tables on them. It's not that difficult. Murong Cho shook his head and smiled bitterly. To others, it's difficult to even kill one. But Brother Wu, how did you train? Chuli said, Brother Murong, aren't you the same? However, my luck was better. I obtained the divine demon herb and some other fortuitous encounters. In short, it was a gift from the heavens. Sigh. Murong Cho shook his head and smiled bitterly. We really can't compare. Chuli smiled. There's no need for me to take any more actions now. I reckon I'll be safe for a while. I'm in such a hurry because I still need to go into isolated cultivation. Another closed-door training? Murong Cho cried out involuntarily. Chuli said, I've comprehended something in my heart, so I need to go into isolated cultivation to improve. I can't miss this opportunity, or else I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to act. You've established your might. Murong Cho sighed. Who would dare to be disrespectful to your flying heaven sect? I need to think about whether I can defend against you first. Chuli said, that would be best. Murong Cho suddenly said, are you trying to establish your might? Chuli smiled. Half and half, Brother Murong. We still have to guard against the Great Dream sect. Understood, understood. Murong Cho humphed. Of course I will guard against the Big Dream School. Whether or not they have a secret realm expert is still a question, but it doesn't matter. Even if they have a secret realm expert, they will behave themselves. Chuli smiled and said nothing. I'm leaving. Chuli said, I'm going into isolated cultivation. All right, I'll keep an eye on the Great Dream sect and not let them plot against the Dancing Butterfly sect. Murong Cho said, and Junior Sister Chin. Chuli smiled at him. Murong Cho scoffed. I finally understand. No matter how hard I try, Junior Sister Chin's heart has already been occupied by you. It's useless no matter how hard I try. That might not be the case. Chuli smiled. He had made up his mind not to provoke Qin Mingyun anymore and not to get into a debt of love. Xiao Qi and the other girls were enough to make him scratch his head and tire himself out. Murong Cho shook his head. I understand Junior Sister Chin's temperament. She's soft on the outside but hard on the inside. She's very stubborn. Brother Chu, don't make her sad. Chuli sighed and did not say anything. Feelings could not be discussed with outsiders. He could only try his best and deal with it coldly. As the time he appeared became shorter, the feelings would naturally not be as strong. The next moment, Chuli appeared in his courtyard in great light, surpassing realm. He saw Sun Mingyue in a snow-white outfit cultivating in the courtyard. She usually did not stay in her own courtyard, but stayed in Chuli's. Her fists were like white jade, light and elegant as if she was dancing. There was no killing intent at all, and no power could be seen. When she saw him, Sun Mingyue stopped. Her white jade face blushed as if she was drunk. Her bright eyes swept across him. Congratulations, your cultivation level has improved greatly. Chuli smiled and walked forward. He smelled her delicate fragrance and smiled. Have you seen your own? He felt that Sun Mingyue's mood was not right. There were very few people who could make her angry now. The only person she was targeting at his cultivation level was Lu Yurong. Because he used the life and death scripture, his cultivation level could not be seen. Even Sun Mingwei, who was familiar with him, could not tell. Umph. She came over to show off. Sun Mingwei scoffed. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. No matter how smart Lu Yurong was, she could not change her womanly nature. However, with Lu Yurong's current cultivation level, she was not afraid of anyone. Therefore, when she entered the Beyond Heaven's realm, no one dared to mess with her. Moreover, she was originally a disciple of Tai Hao Peak and had a celestial being. Sun Mingwei asked, "Can you really keep increasing your cultivation level?" Chu Li nodded slowly. "You want to increase your cultivation level? Your body might not be able to take it and collapse. There's the light pool." Sun Mingwei frowned. The light pool contains a strange power that can strengthen one's physical body. However, my body is strong enough now. There's no effect if I soak in it. Then we can give it a try. Chu Li nodded. "Let's go." Sun Mingwei pulled him and suddenly appeared in a cave. The cave was filled with densely packed stalactites of various colors. The colors in the cave were blurred and dreamlike. It felt surreal. Sun Mingwei suddenly pressed on one of the stalactites. Suddenly, the stalactite shone brightly like a small sun. The whole cave was suddenly as bright as day. There was a small pool in the middle of the cave. It was clear and eye-catching. It did not look like a pool of water, but more like a pool of mercury. It shone brightly and emitted a heavy sense of power when it swayed slightly. Chu Li squinted his eyes. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, the pool of water shone brightly with a strange power. He could not see through it. "This is the light pool." Sun Mingwei pointed at the clear pool. Chu Li nodded. "It's really extraordinary. Go in." Sun Mingwei leaped lightly and dived into the pool like a mermaid. Chu Li followed suit. Although the pool was small, it was very deep. Chu Li estimated it to be more than 10 meters deep. An invisible force drilled into his pores, and he could not reject it. Threads of internal energy drilled into his body like tiny worms. Chu Li allowed them to enter. They entered his flesh and fused with it. His body became stronger. It was indeed a mysterious power. "How is it?" Sun Mingwei smiled. Chu Li nodded and smiled. "Let's begin." As he spoke, his thumb was already on Sun Mingwei's fair and smooth forehead. Sun Mingwei immediately closed her eyes and stopped moving. Chapter 2549. Sun Mingwei quietly closed her eyes as her body floated on the clear water surface. Chu Li felt the strangeness of the pond water. Even though his body was strong to its limit, he still felt a little stronger. It was extremely difficult to improve further. The effect of the light pond was indeed very strong and could be considered a rare treasure. In terms of strengthening the body, even an arcane realm might not be better than the light pond. He channeled his spiritual energy and absorbed the strange energy in the light pond. Time passed quickly, and 15 minutes had passed. Sun Mingwei gradually began to tremble. At first, it was a gentle tremble, but later, it became more and more intense, causing waves to form in the pond. Chu Li pressed on her back and observed the violent energy in her body, tearing her body apart. Her meridians were broken, and her flesh swelled as if she was going to explode at any time. He had long since expected such a situation. After all, his cultivation was too deep. He was secretly glad that he did not pass on all of his cultivation to her. Otherwise, she would be even worse off and would have long since exploded. With such a degree of damage, even if the light pond was rapidly repairing itself, it would not be able to fix it in time. The speed of the violent energy's destruction was far faster than the speed of the light pond's repair. The energy in the light pond was not violent and was mainly gentle. It also strengthened the body bit by bit. This was extremely beneficial to the strengthening of the body. It could build a solid foundation and would not harm the body's origin. However, in this situation, it was a disadvantage as her body could not be repaired in time. He channeled the heavenly spirit scripture and the life and death scripture into her body. He was relieved that he did not pass all of his energy to her. Otherwise, He would not have any energy left to help her and could only watch as she was destroyed. The life and death scripture activated the spiritual energy of the higher heaven. It was much purer than the spiritual energy of the second heaven and was full of vitality. Under the activation of the life and death scripture, Sun Mingyue's body was constantly repaired. She was constantly being destroyed and repaired at the same time. She was also trying hard to control this violent energy. After one circulation after another, the violent energy slowly became more tame. 2 hours later, Sun Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, which were bright and dazzling. Phew! She exhaled and a white breath shot out like an arrow. A deep hole appeared in the pond and water splashed out. How is it? Chuli's palm left her white, jade-like back. Sun Mingyue smiled sweetly. Very good. Chuli smiled. It's finally a success. Nothing went wrong. He also let out a long sigh of relief. After this time, it would be much easier next time. Sun Mingyue looked at him from head to toe and nodded with a smile. It's fortunate that you're reliable. Otherwise, you would have lost your life. Chuli shook his head and looked at her deeply. Sun Mingyue smiled and said, All right, I was wrong. I fell for Lu Yurong's trick this time. Chuli scoffed. You're being bullied for no reason. Yurong predicted that I wouldn't act recklessly. Sun Mingyue scoffed and said, You're so calculative. How annoying. I'll get my revenge next time. But this traction technique is indeed very mysterious. It can even increase one's power like this. She had never thought that there would be such a wondrous method. There was no need for her to cultivate it all. She could just use it a few times and become a top-notch expert. Her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Help me train a few top-notch masters. Chuli scoffed and said, You just want us to die too early. It's not like I'm training a lot. It shouldn't matter if it's just a few people, right? Sun Mingyue pouted her red lips and revealed a girlish demeanor. In front of others, she was dignified and inviolable. However, in front of Chuli, she would occasionally reveal her girlish side. It was completely different from how she usually behaved outside. No one could see it. Chuli scoffed and said, There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Strengthening your and Yurong's cultivation level is for you to protect yourselves, not to dominate the world. Moreover, you don't want to ascend as soon as possible. Instead, you want to unify the Outland realm. He had reached the threshold of ascension and felt that it would not take long. However, he did not want Sun Mingyue and Lu Yurong to stay in this world for too long. It was more important to go to the next level as soon as possible. Once there, they could live for 10,000 years. A lifespan of 10,000 years was indeed a great temptation. The four of them could stay together for 10,000 years. They could even go to the next level and live longer. Sun Mingyue said, If I can unify the Outland, I can ascend. Then it's better to cultivate a Grandmaster's martial arts. Chuli said, After I go up, I can help you find the cultivation experience of martial arts and help you. It'll save you a lot of effort. Taihao Peak's Grandmaster's martial arts might seem exquisite to others, but these martial arts might not be the best antique study on the next level. He could use the heaven-inspecting credentials to find masters who cultivated these martial arts and use the distraction skill to gain their insights. In this way, it would not be difficult for her to cultivate these martial arts to perfect mastery. However, Sun Mingyue's pursuit of unifying the Outland realm was a wrong path. Sun Mingyue slowly shook her head and said, I want to ascend on my own. I don't want to rely on your strength. Chuli glared at her angrily. She used his strength to strengthen herself and unify the Outland realm. However, she did not use his strength to ascend. She was simply bullying others. Sun Mingyue said, Shaoqi used her own strength to comprehend and ascend. I could do that too. She did not want to give up on the Great Light Scripture, but it was extremely difficult to advance. She had almost reached her limit and could no longer break through, at least not within 100 years. If she wanted to break through within 100 years, she would have to cut off her mortal shackles and transcend the world to cultivate in Buddhism. However, her shackles were too deep, so it was impossible for her to cut off her relationship with Chu Li. She could only find another way. Chu Li looked at her thoughtfully. Sun Mingwe scoffed and tried to cover it up. You've been busy ever since you entered the Outland. Don't you want to restore Goddess Attraction Mountain to its former glory? Chu Li shook his head. Now is not the time. Not the time? Sun Mingwe was shocked. With your current reputation, no one will dare to challenge Goddess Attraction Mountain anymore? Chu Li sighed. I'm afraid I won't stay here for long. Now that I'm in a hurry to rebuild Goddess Attraction Mountain, once I ascend, who will protect Goddess Attraction Mountain? Sun Mingwe frowned. That's true. Chu Li's foundation had always been weak. Even though his cultivation level was top-notch, and he was almost invincible except for Song Wuji, he could not hide the fact that his foundation was weak. This cannot be helped. Chu Li's cultivation level had increased too quickly, and he had always been focused on cultivating and dealing with his opponents. Moreover, Goddess Attraction Mountain had been destroyed, so he had no time to slowly build up his forces. He had a strong foundation and was in charge of Great Light Surpassing State because the Great Light Surpassing State he was born in was already huge. This was the benefit of being a disciple of a major sect. It was an innate advantage. If Chu Li wanted to catch up, he would need to spend decades to slowly cultivate his trusted disciples. It was obvious that Chu Li could not achieve this. Not to mention a few decades, Chu Li would ascend in less than 10 years. Then leave it to me, Sun Mingwe said. Let Great Light Surpassing State help Goddess Attraction Mountain rebuild. Let's see who dares to mess around. Chu Li shook his head. What if you ascend? When that time comes, I'll issue an edict. All disciples of Great Light Surpassing State must treat Goddess Attraction Mountain as a family, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li still shook his head. This will only harm Goddess Attraction Mountain. They won't think about improving, and it'll all be in vain if they rely on external forces. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2550. Sun Mingwe was annoyed. This won't do, and that won't do. What are you going to do then? You can't just ignore Goddess Attraction Mountain, can you? Chu Li shook his head. Goddess Attraction Mountain can only be rebuilt if Song Wuji is killed. What does that have to do with Song Wuji? Sun Mingwe was confused. Although they were very close, Sun Mingwe did not know about Chu Li's relationship with 100,000 Hills. She only knew that he wanted to kill Song Wuji, but did not know why, nor did she know about the agreement with the Spirit Tiger. More importantly, the trump card of the Goddess Attraction Mountain was the Golden Dragon. As long as the Golden Dragon was present, no one else would be able to deal with the Goddess Attraction Mountain. However, the only person in the realm beyond heaven who could severely injure the Golden Dragon was Song Wuji. The Golden Dragon was a supreme spirit beast with unimaginable power. Even the top-notch masters of Outland could not defeat it. He did not look for the enemy who destroyed Goddess Attraction Mountain because he already knew that it was Song Wuji. It was Song Wuji's revenge against him. By destroying Goddess Attraction Mountain, Chu Li's foundation was destroyed and he could no longer stay in Outland. Now, it seemed that Song Wuji's move was extremely ruthless and precise. Otherwise, under his leadership, Immortal Attraction Mountain would definitely prosper now, and his power would also be huge. He did not need to do many chores himself, and Immortal Attraction Mountain's disciples would be enough to handle them. That way, he could focus on cultivation and advance faster. The last time Song Wuji went into seclusion, it was very likely that he had been injured in the fierce battle with the Golden Dragon. Although he had already gone into seclusion earlier, it was possible that he had wanted to hear the news from below when he came out and attacked Immortal Attraction Mountain. He had been injured in the battle with the Golden Dragon, so he had extended his seclusion. He felt that his speculation was correct, but he did not say much to anyone else as it was useless. Chu Li said, with Song Wuji around, Goddess Attraction Mountain will be destroyed even if it is rebuilt. Only by destroying Song Wuji can we rebuild the mountain. All right. Sun Mingwe stopped persuading him and frowned. Can't we train a few more top-notch masters? Aren't those fruits enough? Chu Li asked. Sun Mingwe said, It's too slow. We can't rush it. Chu Li shook his head. Fine, we'll train 4. Sun Mingwe smiled like a flower and hugged him tightly. "4 is enough." Chu felt her warm and soft body and shook his head helplessly. "I need to find the 4 most loyal ones. The others don't matter, and they have to be in the light pool." He could feel the power within the pool of light. Furthermore, when the life and death scripture stimulated the spiritual chi to heal his body, the effect within the pool of light was exceptionally good. Sun Mingwen nodded. "All right. Do you want me to pour my power into you again?" Chu shook his head. Sun Mingwen smiled. "Don't you want to be twice as strong? I'm at my limit now. It's useless no matter how strong I get," Chu said. He felt that his body had been strengthened to its limit, and his power had reached its peak. Unless he broke through another level of the heavenly spirit scripture, it would be difficult for him to advance any further. He had never encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and he could always become stronger. This time, however, he had reached a bottleneck. He had reached his limit, and he was certain that this was the limit of this world. If he wanted to advance further, he could only advance the level of his heart technique. He had to advance the most powerful heavenly spirit scripture heart technique. This was also the reason why he could reach his current limit. Otherwise, he would have reached his limit a long time ago, and he would not be able to advance even an inch. Just like the concealed realm masters who had cultivated for 10,000 years, they were weaker than him because of the existence of a limit. Sun Mingwen said, "All right then, I'll do it for them. You or me?" "I'll do it," Chu said. To perform the diversion skill once, he had to sacrifice his own cultivation level. This sacrifice was not only about inner energy, but also cultivation level. Cultivation level and inner energy were not the same thing, or else pouring cultivation level would be too easy. He only needed to gather a few masters. The decrease in cultivation level required time to recover bit by bit. Just like how a bottle was filled with water, the water was inner energy and the bottle was cultivation level. He used the diversion skill to give the bottle to others, and to recover cultivation level was to condense the bottle bit by bit. On the other hand, his life and death scripture could quickly recover cultivation level in a short period of time. However, Sun Mingwen could also do it as long as the two of them performed the Supreme Diamond Supreme scripture. Without him, Sun Mingwen would not dare to perform the diversion skill, or else she would really have to recover cultivation level step by step. Sun Mingwen smiled sweetly. "I've already chosen the people. When can you recover your cultivation level?" "Tomorrow," Chu said. Sun Mingwen hugged him and smiled. "Tomorrow it is then." On the evening of the next day, Chu sat in the light pool, feeling the energy in the pool faintly improving his body. Although it was not noticeable, it was a real improvement. However, it was much weaker than yesterday. Thinking about it, it might be completely ineffective tomorrow. He felt that it was a pity that he could not use it in such a wonderful place. It seemed like he could only think of a way through the heavenly spirit scripture. If he wanted to break through the heavenly spirit scripture, he had to start from the upper heaven. Breaking through in the upper heaven would be easier in this world. If he could not break through in the upper heaven, it was even more impossible in this world. However, when he cultivated in the upper heaven, he felt that the 10th level of the heavenly spirit scripture was out of his reach. Beside him sat 4 graceful young girls, all of them beautiful and moving. They were sitting in the pool with the curtains down, motionless like 4 lotus flowers. Their aura was turbulent and as vast as the sea. Their aptitudes were top-notch, and their bodies had been soaked in the light pool, making them extremely powerful. At this moment, they could withstand a quarter of Chu Li's power. Not only their cultivation level, but their understanding of the Great Light Scripture had also reached the highest level. Chu Li estimated that in the Grandmaster boundary, there were very few people who could compare to them. Fu Kaiwei was no match for them, and even the peak leader of Taihao Peak might not be a match for them. Besides Sun Mingwen, Song Wuji was also the only one who could suppress them in the Grandmaster boundary. Chu Li estimated that with these 4 masters and the miracle fruit that he had given them, the great light surpassing boundaries' influence would rise, and they would really have the power to dominate the world. It all depended on how they used it. At this moment, Taihao Peak was not peaceful. Fu Kaiwei was practicing her fist technique in her courtyard. Her movements were slow and elegant, and her apricot yellow gown fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy who could fly away with the wind at any time. Her beautiful face was solemn. There was a gentle knock on the door. Fu Kaiwei said, "Junior Sister Ning, come in." A young girl in a green gown walked in. She was tall and graceful and had a cold face. She said to Fu Kaiwei, who had her back to her, "Senior Sister Fu, there's a rumor that the great light's surpassing boundary found a treasure land and obtained many miracle fruits that can enhance one's cultivation level." Oh, Fu Kaiwei stopped and turned to look at her. Who spread the news? I don't know. The young girl in green shook her head. But this matter involves Senior Sister Sunday. Is it true? Fu Kaiwei asked. The young girl in green hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "It should be true." The peak leader asked, "Miracle fruit. Enhance one's cultivation level." Fu Kaiwei frowned. The young girl in green frowned and muttered. Senior Sister Sun also gave the peak leader 2 miracle fruits, but this matter should be kept secret. How could it be spread? You're not suspecting the peak leader, are you? Fu Kaiwei scoffed. The young girl in green hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare, but this matter is very strange. It's very likely that there's a traitor in Great Light surpassing boundary. This has pushed the Great Light surpassing boundary into the teeth of the storm." Chapter 25:51. What did the Peak Master say? Fu Kaiwei frowned and said lightly, "Are we just going to stand by and do nothing?" The Peak Master didn't say much. The girl in green snorted. It seems like he wants to wait and see. He might help when light surpassing state can't hold on any longer. Fu Kaiwei thought for a while and sighed. It should have been a simple matter, but it had to be so complicated. It's really... She immediately understood the Peak Master's intention. He wanted to wait for light surpassing state to be in trouble before providing help and not nip the danger in the bud. The girl in green said, "Maybe the Peak Master can't determine if there will be danger." Fu Kaiwei snorted and shook her head. She could not be bothered to say more. She could not judge the Peak Master's decision. No one in the Peak Master's position was stupid. It was just that their positions were different and their perspectives were different. It was hard to say what she did was right. "Junior Sister, help me find out who spread the news." "Senior Sister Fu, I'm afraid it'll be difficult." The girl in green revealed a troubled expression and sighed. "I tried to find out, but I couldn't. This matter was too secretive and untraceable." "Then forget it. Let's wait and see," Fu Kaiwei said. The girl in green said, "Senior Sister Sun is from the same sect. No matter what, the Peak Master won't stand by and do nothing. It's just that the timing isn't right." Timing. Fu Kaiwei waved her hand. The girl in green quietly retreated. Fu Kaiwei disappeared from the small courtyard in a flash. The next moment, she arrived at the Peak Master's hall. Wang Shoren was practicing in the hall. His fists and palms turned into shadows. "Peak Master." She directly interrupted his practice. Wang Shoren withdrew his fists and let out a long breath. He smiled. "Girl, you're so angry. Who dares to provoke you?" "Peak Master knows about light surpassing state." Fu Kaiwei snorted. "Peak Master, this matter is too disappointing." "About Sun Mingwe?" Wang Shoren shook his head and laughed. "What do you think we should do?" "Of course, directly cut off the thoughts of others. Just say that we gave them the fruit." Fu Kaiwei snorted. Wang Shoren shook his head and smiled. "Girl, your martial arts are strong, but in terms of scheming, you're not as good as Sun Mingwe." "What do you mean?" Fu Kaiwei was startled. She was extremely intelligent, but she was not good at scheming. She just felt that something was wrong when she saw Wang Shoren's expression. She was deep in thought, but still could not figure out the reason. Wang Shoren did not keep him in suspense. He sighed and said, "The news that Great Light Surpassing Domain has a mystical fruit was leaked by Great Light Surpassing Domain itself." "Light Surpassing State?" Fu Kaiwei was startled. She asked in surprise, "Peak Lord, are you saying that Junior Sister Sun revealed it herself?" Wang Shoren nodded. Most likely. Why? Fu Kaiwei was surprised. Why did you reveal it yourself? Wang Shoren said. Who knows what that girl is thinking? She is not you. She is a wise cult master, shrewd, brilliant, and unfathomable. Fu Kaiwei frowned and thought deeply. She couldn't figure it out. You can't be thinking of destroying the Great Light Sanctuary, right? She has no enmity with Radiant Surpassing Realm. It's impossible to destroy Great Light's Sanctuary. There will only be benefits and no harm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. Wang Shoren shook his head. What's strange is that now it seems that it's all bad. Great Light Sanctuary has become a fat piece of meat that everyone wants a piece of. Great Light Sanctuary is not an ordinary sect, after all. Fu Kaiwei muttered. An ordinary sect would not dare to act recklessly. There is no danger for the time being. Those who could touch Great Light Sanctuary were all top sections. They would not act recklessly and impulsively. They would plan before acting. They would first judge how big the risk was and only act when the risk was not that big. This gave Great Light Surpassing State some time. But they will act sooner or later. Wang Shoren scoffed. Little son is playing with fire. Fu Kaiwei shook her head gently. But they may not dare to do it. Truly? Wang Shoren asked. Fu Kaiwei said, Peak Lord, do you think they will dare do it? Once Chuli knows, he will not let them go. When that time comes, she pursed her lips and chuckled. He was originally fearless. Wang Shoren said, then he has underestimated human greed. The allure of the mystical fruit is very fatal. Even if he knows how powerful Chu Li is, he will still hope that he will succeed without seeing it with his own eyes. Then why? Fu Kaiwei frowned. Wang Shoren shook his head. If one knows what she has up her sleeve, we'll have to see what happens next. She only does this when she is confident. It looks like a trap. A trap. Fu Kaiwei nodded slowly. It does look like a trap. Is she trying to lure them into attacking and then use Chu Li's power to eliminate them? It's very possible. It depends on who falls for it, Wang Shoren said. The others were only skeptical because they had not seen it with their own eyes. However, he was different. He knew how powerful Chu Li was. These greedy people would definitely be unlucky and face a disaster. As the two were talking, a girl in green suddenly came in. Peak Lord, Senior Sister Fu, we have new news from Great Light Sanctuary. Speak, Wang Shoren said. The girl in green said, a disciple from Heaven-Shaking Pavilion injured a disciple from Great Light Sanctuary. In the end, the two girls from Great Light Sanctuary fought with each other. Wang Shoren did not know what to say. These two disciples from Great Light Sanctuary were too bold. Heaven-Shaking Pavilion did not have an undeserved reputation. They had gone through many battles to achieve their current position. They were very secure in their second place. Fu Kaiwei thought, did they suffer a loss? The girl in green revealed a doubtful expression and shook her head. I heard that after they wreaked havoc in Heaven-Shaking Pavilion, they crippled the culprit who injured the disciple from Great Light Sanctuary and injured many others. Then they swaggered away. They didn't kill anyone? Fu Kaiwei sighed in relief. The girl in green said, 2 were crippled and I don't know how many were injured, but there must be more than 10. That's true. Wang Shoren shook his head. Since when did Heaven-Shaking Pavilion become so easy to talk to? Fu Kaiwei said, are they afraid of Chu Li? Heaven-Shaking Pavilion will not show weakness, Wang Shoren said. It seems that these 2 disciples from Great Light Sanctuary are masters. Yes. The girl in green nodded. I heard that these 2 have extremely high cultivation levels. It's not that Heaven-Shaking Pavilion doesn't want to keep them. It's that they can't. Wang Shoren paced with his hands behind his back. Even Ming Yu doesn't have such a cultivation level. When did such powerful people appear in Great Light Sanctuary? Could it be the effect of the mystical fruit? He then shook his head. It's not that mystical. Then, he hesitated. The mystical fruit that Sun Mingyu sent here was not that mystical, but it might not be the best. The best ones were left in Great Light Sanctuary and were likely to produce such masters. The appearance of these two great light sanctuary masters would make people even crazier. Their desire for the mystical fruit would be unstoppable. There would be a bloodbath. Sigh. Wang Shoren shook his head and sighed. The world will not be peaceful from now on. Peak leader, why are we talking? Fu Kaiwei asked. Wang Shoren said, there's no point in talking. There must be some fear, right? Fu Kaiwei said, are we going to watch Great Light Sanctuary fall into trouble? Let's wait and see. Wang Shoren said, don't worry, we won't ignore it. After all, Mingyu is a disciple of Taihao Peak. Fu Kaiwei smiled. If it was an ordinary Taihao Peak disciple, Fu Kaiwei would not be so nervous. However, Sun Mingyu was different. She was Chu Li's woman, so naturally, she could not be ignored. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.